Shalom. Shalom. All praises be unto
Yahweh, Bashem, Yosai, Bashem, Ruach Kodash.
Double honor unto the elder apostles, the elder bishops at Great Millstone, who do well and taught us the truth, man. Salutes unto the Arkin who continue to push the word in truth and in sincerity. Another week, another camp day. You know, we out here to prophesy, man. Okay? And, you know, Satan's pissed. You know, and it is what it is, man. You know, Satan, we say fuck you. Okay? We're gonna keep going. Scripture says, strive for truth unto death, and the Lord shall fight for you, man. So no matter what we go through, we're gonna keep pushing in the spirit of the Lord, man.
2 Ezra 15 verse 3. And fear not the imaginations against thee, and let not the incredulity of them trouble thee that speak against thee. Right. Yeah. 2 Ezra 15 and verse 3. And it's always a breakdown why I brought it out. 2 Ezra 15 verse 3 again. Fear not the imaginations against thee, and let not the incredulity of them trouble thee that speak
the
against
imaginations are their plans, man. The low-level plans to high-level plans to try and get, like, you know, get you disenchanted. You know, set up your agendas. Because we have an agenda. Yeah, our agenda is to preach this word until the coming of Yahweh Shai. That's it. You know. So the imaginations or the plans put in place to try and squash our holy agenda have been commissioned by the Yahweh Shai to preach this word. Okay? And so the incredulity in is out or without, out or without, and credulity comes from the word credit. Or Latin creditus is belief. So incredulity is non-belief, out of belief or without belief. So don't let the non-believers get to you, man. You know, a non-believer starts with people of your own nation and the enemy, the heathen, the Edomites. Okay? You know, brothers are sharp out here, man. You know, war tactics, low land, high land, you try to figure out a spot. You know, the guy's there creeping along in his van doing 3 miles per hour. Watching us every step of the way as we exit the place where we're at. But it's all good, man. Yeah, it's all good. You know, but anyways, fuck that, man. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6.
Oh, you talk?
Yeah, I think that's what I want.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6, starting at verse 1. Hear therefore, O ye kings, and understand, learn ye that be judges of the ends of the earth. Verse 2. Give ear, ye that rule the people, and glory in the multitude of nations. For power is given you of the Lord, and sovereignty from the highest.
And that's what I want to get into, man. Power is given of the Lord, man. And you guys can get scriptures on that, because you got nations arguing and going to war and all these things. People thinking that they're actually in the power. All we got to understand is that power is from the Lord. Some people don't get the account of Daniel, tree that going on that.
This is Wisdom of Solomon 6, verse 3 again. For power is given you of the Lord, and sovereignty from the highest, who shall...
If you're a sovereign, you're a king, you're a ruler. That's coming from the Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shai. And that's going to be a well-known reality out there. That's the Most High that rules in the kingdom of men. Let it go on.
For power is given you of the Lord, and sovereignty from the highest, who shall try your works and search out your counsels.
Yeah, the Lord is going to try and get you to put to the test, man, and to try out, man. You know, you put something to the test, then you make a judgment of it, man. You know, read that verse one more time.
Wisdom of Solomon 6:3 again. For power is given you of the Lord, and sovereignty from the highest, who shall try your works and search out your counsels.
Yeah, the Lord is searching out your counsels. How? By his men. Alright, from the elder apostles on down. really going back to Rabbi Albert Biggins, you know, High Priest Shah, you know, High Priest King Marshall, Elder High Priest Iqua, Elder High Priest Yah, down, Apostle Tahar, rest of the apostles, the bishop elders, man. From the very beginning of this thing, your counsels have been sought out, man. Yep. And the Lord is doing that through his men. Okay? You know, I was watching a live stream of, not live stream, a premiere of Apostle Tahar, and at the end of the video yesterday, he was getting into the Hebrew, man. You know, and he was basically saying that Elder High Priest Eliar, he knew how to speak Yiddish, like their version of Hebrew, and the Hebrew Hebrew, man. You could actually have a conversation with the school house, you know, Shalom and Mazel Tov and all them kind of stuff. You could speak their version of Hebrew and the Paleo. And basically what he did was in the Assyrian script, because that's when you open up a Torah, you got a Tanakh, you got the scroll, you open it up. It's not in Paleo Hebrew, it's in Assyrian script. Because at the time of Ezra, when the Babylonians were being taken down, the scrolls were rewritten, but it wasn't rewritten in its original with the original characters, the Paleo. It was rewritten in Assyrian script. That's why when you open up the Torah now, it's not going to be in Paleo Hebrew. Okay? Alright? And then the elder priest gave the account yesterday that High Priest Ariel made like a board, and he wrote on in Assyrian script, he wrote something in Hebrew and took it outside of the synagogue. Okay? And he took it outside the synagogue, right? And basically, man, he was basically saying to them that you guys in the future, you're not walking around all upset at that, man. We are the people, we are. You know? But I say all of that to say this, man. See, the men of the Lord, your counsel has been destroyed, man. Yeah. Okay? Run that verse again.
Second S, Wisdom of Solomon 6 and verse 3 again. For power is given you of the Lord, and sovereignty from the highest, who shall try your works and search out your counsels.
Yeah, search it out, expose it, man. Put it out there. Let them know what's going on.
Verse 4, because being ministers of his kingdom, you have not judged the right.
Yeah, being ministers meaning the servants. See, really, power and rulership is an office of service, man. Okay? Yeah, you're attending to and you get what you want and whatever, but really, people follow because they're led correctly. But to lead correctly, you have to serve correctly. So they've ill-ministered, man. The power's been given to them and they've ill-ministered. Go on.
The live stream is cutting up.
Cutting up?
Yeah.
On my channel?
Yeah.
What about my channel?
We'll check that out.
Right, verse 4, because being ministers of his kingdom, you have not judged the right, nor kept the law, nor walked after the counsel of the Most High.
You're live.
Oh, on the other page, you've got another page. Go to the scroll. About the two. Come on. So you think it seems to be a right verse in my way. It's not right, okay? Whatever, man. You read that verse, then you can do something.
Right, this is 2 Ezra 6 and verse 4 again. Because being ministers of his kingdom, you have not judged the right, nor kept the law, nor walked after the counsel of the Most High.
They don't keep the law, man. People don't keep the law. The scripture speaks about a land Sabbath, man. Let's take it down to the basics of the land Sabbath. You work the land for 6 years, and on the 7th year, it's a Sabbath after the land. You don't run. You let the land be chosen. The correct use. I was talking to someone about this in the week, man. That you know, that you as a seed, right? You can be good, but if you keep like we're seeds that have the ability to choose what ground we're planted in, like in the world. Basically, I'm saying, if you choose to sow poor soil, you're not gonna grow it. Yeah. Talking to someone, they were depressed and shit. Man, life's not working were, but you're not going to take root. You're shipped out, you know. So, yes, the seed has to be genetically correct, you know, because seeds, you know, same thing, germination, plants, and all of that. But you also have to be very mindful of where you place yourself in life. Now, it's all of the Lord anyway. But as far as we have control over our thoughts, as it were, even though it's all predestined, you've got to actively, and I've got to actively place ourselves in situations whereby you're giving yourself the best shot at whatever you're into.
Wise man King Solomon. So to start out, you have a little bit of common sense from the pray for wisdom. I used to do that regularly, but I'm back on it again now. Always pray for wisdom, to make wise, life-changing decisions that you're going to make. Pray for wisdom before you make it.
Back in the Wisdom of Solomon 6 verse 4 again, because being ministers of his kingdom, ye have not judged the right, nor kept the law, nor walked after the counsel of the Most High God. Horribly and speedily shall he come upon you.
That's your title. Horribly and speedily shall he come upon you. And this is why it's clamping down, man. It's clamping down. You know, and I remember a couple of years ago, Apostle Jahar said that. Other Apostle said that brothers in England are going to get tried first before any other brother in the other country. Okay? Because the financial system is spearheaded over there. So we're concerned that chip and things becoming, clamped down, we're going to get clamped down first. That's something to consider. Because they know, according to biblical prophecy, that the Lord is going to come down upon them horribly and speedily. But they're trying to reverse that. That's why you can't say certain things, certain things you go online are hate speech. You go to particular spots, you can't be here, you can't do that. Yeah, because they know that by us coming out here, we're forwarding the ministry onto their destruction, and Lord willing, onto our salvation. Okay? Horribly and speedily, Lord.
Horribly and speedily shall he come upon you, for a sharp judgment shall be to them that be in high places.
Yeah, the sharp judgment is how swift you're going to be destroyed. Okay?
Yeah.
That sharp judgment, that's the missiles, okay? That's the inter-race wars.
That's what Satan fall as lightning.
That's Satan fall as lightning, man. A lightning bolt is quick, man. Thunder can be prolonged. Like if it's a real loud thunder roar, that can go for a couple of seconds.
Because light travels faster than sound.
That's why you see that flash, and then there's a light. And then you just, So when Satan falls as lightning, it's going to be quick.
Yeah.
Okay? You got a precept?
Yeah, this is Psalm 68 and 3. Start with a couple of
Check the
verses.
screen.
To him that rideth upon the heavens of heaven, which are of old, lo, he doth send out his voice, and that a mighty voice. Ascribe ye strength unto Jehovah, whose excellency is over Israel, and his strength is in the clouds.
Yeah, ascribe ye strength unto the Most High, Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai. And this is why you got a couple of them walking for us, the small hats, the boys in black, right? That's why they call him Hashem. You ask them what's God's name, Hashem. And then you start veering towards what they call the tetragrammaton, all right? YHW, whatever they say, holy. Yeah, you start saying Yahweh around them. Don't say that. Don't say that. That name is so holy. Don't say that. Praise his name. But the reason why, let's get that. The name of the Lord is dreadful among the unbelievers. But read this one more time, Bishop.
Yeah, all right. Psalm 68 and 34. Ascribe ye strength unto Jehovah, his excellency is over Israel, and his strength is in the clouds. Also, the elders were standing about the clouds. The clouds may well represent the missiles coming in Zephaniah and also in Joel. But in this case, let me carry on reading, finish it off. Yeah? 35 says, O ye that art, thou art terrible out of his holy place, the God of Israel is he that giveth strength and power unto his people. Blessed be Yahweh.
That's the chariot.
Yeah. So the chariots, they don't get it twisted. The Most High sitting in their right, doing their thing, man. Because even they've had battles. They've had these little, you don't win up battles. They've been destroyed enough time, right? In classified, classified now coming in the open now. And one example is that they tried to shoot down a chariot, and the way I love when I hear them try to explain it with their the mathematicians and the scientists, and it said it just absorbed the missile, it just absorbed it. And there's other examples where they just switch off the electronics. So this is the Most High hitmen, the chariots, man. And you talk about they're scared. There's a lot of reasons why they're scared and why they're terrified right now. Things that we don't know, things we know and things we don't know that we soon know.
Another thing as well, that's a big point on top of that before the chariots and outright lightning and laser beams and stuff, they were us. Remember the Lord. Like, not to get big-headed and don't get woeful or big-headed about it, but don't underestimate your presence in the world. You're around brothers, you're into this, you put your garment on it. Like, bro, even your garment has a spirit to it. Now, the scripture says, render your heart with your garment. At the end of the day, fuck this, sack it. But I'm just saying, lately I've mentioned it last week when we started, I've been thinking of knowing how things are going to go. I've obviously been thinking of it from the start of a man of the Lord, a hopeful elect member. But also, I've been thinking of it from the start of a person in the world. How are they going to cope? They're going to be shit scared. They won't cope. That's the point.
And that's the spirit, brother, because coming on the train, man, I tell you something, man, that train is so crowded, and people are all dressed up. They're going out. They're going out. They're going to, they got all the tattoos on them. I mean, not the tattoos. What do you call it again? Like glitter on their faces. When they go to parties.
There's a lot of festivals going on.
The train with, and as the brother Yerame said, that you do feel, I know it's a humbly saying, you do feel, and then I'm there thinking on the train, we're going to do the Lord's work.
Standing out,
right? Yeah, and then people they're getting ready to have fun. You know what I mean?
They're getting into fuck about.
That's what it is. And as Brother Ariel said, is that it's a Saturday. Saturday.
Their day.
That is their day.
And Sunday.
And Sunday. Right?
Friday night.
And Friday night.
So, but your presence, man, you accept me. I'm talking to my brother over there, you accept me. As much as possible, man. Look, bro, if you're trying to live the high life, this ain't for you, man. I mean, you do your bullshit, you're into your thing, but most times, just stay at home. Stay at home, man. You don't want to be going out. Like, back in the day, man, brothers would go out and shit. On a rare occasion, you get a drink or something outside, but then you just get taught more reasons why you should stay your ass at home. Because you got people out there that your presence alone upsets them. Like this setup there upsets people. This is on things above. All the concerns of things beneath. So you're automatically an enemy to this place.
But this is the precept that I've got to back up what you were saying, because you were saying don't underestimate the power of what we're doing. This is Acts 3 and verse 18. But those, no, that's not the one. Hosea 6 and verse 5. Therefore have I hewed them by the prophets. I have slain them by the words of my mouth.
Yeah, to hew is to cut, man. So they're being cut by the prophets, man. And sometimes we ain't even got to say anything. They just see you out there. Just the fact that you exist. You're looking at me like, fuck. And you clock it, man. The more you become spiritually aware, you clock people and they dislike things, man. So that's why, again, being wise is certain the armor of the dog is a lot of the time is staying and fuck out of the way of people. Okay? Being that spirit of John the Baptist, man, which is Elijah coming back, and you know who that is. We're going to get into that right now. But John the Baptist, he lived in the wilderness, man. The only time he came into town was to prophesy and preach of the coming of the Messiah, baptize the people, and then he would wander us back into the wilderness again like a madman. Now I'm not saying do that, you know, we live in wherever we live, you know, but be of that mentality, man. Our coming out day, you know, I'm out there, I'm outside. That's a phrase, I'm outside, nigga. But our outside day is to do this. We're only happy to be out there when it concerns doing this. Other than that, it's very advisable to live a reserved lifestyle. You see?
James 4 verse 4. Ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that the friendship of the world is enmity with the Most High God?
Yeah, what the fuck are you gonna do in the world? This world is boring, as Elder Apostle Gabar always says. This is a very boring world. They'll make you think that the high life is boring, man. You've got to work from Monday to Friday, and then thank God it's Friday. But they believe in Satan, to the island, right? And then they go out there with the lights and the girls, you know, wearing some cheap ass cologne and a t-shirt and jeans in some pub.
Doing lines of coke in the bathroom.
Lines of coke, you know, you see a nice laughing light, you can't talk to her. One of two outcomes. She entertains you, or she doesn't. She don't entertain you, you feel cut. She didn't like me. You know, and then go to the next pub. And then they go to the next pub and get another beer. Alright? The woman gets fucked in the toilet and like, oh, you got the STD or STI or whatever. Oh shit! You know, you gotta go work the next Saturday and do that, and then Sunday is a recovery day, and then 8 a.m., 9 a.m. you're jogging you off to the office. Yeah, how was your weekend? Yeah, went to the club. How was your weekend? Yeah, went to the club. And every weekend is the same fucking thing. Yeah. It's a boring world. It's a boring world. So if you have friendships in the world, you're an idiot. Because you sign up for a boring lifestyle, man. But I'd rather sign up for a boring lifestyle that's productive and gets me somewhere, rather than a boring lifestyle that gets my ass fried.
Maybe I'm sure. Add to your point, it's funny because you've got such a term in the world as a dead-end job. Like you're working a job with no career prospects in the future. Yeah. There's such a thing in the world as a term known as a dead-end job, where you're working in a job with no career prospects, no hope of promotion, no real hope of pay rises. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people who live their lives that way. They live their lives in that dead-end world of I'm going to work Monday to Friday, and Friday I'm going to go get smashed, drunk out my head,
Smash, man!
yeah, fall asleep in a pile of your own vomit, wake up, go and do the same thing on a Saturday, come home, then as you say, recover on Sunday, then you're back to work on the Monday. That's a dead-end lifestyle, man. There's no future in it. That's why, what did he say? All they that hate me love death. Because all the ways of this world, they all lead unto death. The only way you're going to find the ways of life is to learn of this word. That's it. Right. You want to say something? Right? No. There's one. Got one. Then go back to Wisdom of Solomon.
John chapter 3 and 31 says, 30, I stop first. He must increase, but I must decrease. He that cometh from above is above all. He that is of the earth is earthly, and speaketh of the earth. He that cometh from heaven is above all. And what he hath seen and heard that is testified, and no man receives his testimony.
Yeah. You're not gonna receive the testimony of the outside.
Yeah, put it.
That's why
You're an earthly lifestyle. You're concerned about like, you know, brothers work out with gym and shit, whatever. We're into that for health reasons. But most people, they go gym, right, to get muscles or, you know, get a fat ass if you're a woman and flat stomach for the girls and the guys. So they can look fit when they're dressed for Friday night. You know, the earthly is all about the right, what's at my fingertips, man. You know, that's why they drink that gut rot liquor, you know, in them clubs, and then, as you said, when they finish drinking their shots and their all kind of crap, they go outside and vomit. Yeah. The white girls take their heels off and walk bare feet. Yeah. And then they go in McDonald's and buy a cheeseburger. Like, And that's life. That's living life. Man. That's earthy. You know, you go on a party. You know, you hear some music. Yeah. You know, the instant like beat gets to your soul. That's earthy, man. You know, like our gatherings, man. Like we ain't say, but at the same time, man, we're dignified with it, man. Your brothers get nice and shit or whatever, but we're still talking. We might talk a bit of shit, but it always goes back to something spiritual. You know, you go in these clubs, man. People just get loving it. Loving what? What are you loving? What are you doing? You're just there, man. You're fucking there existing. That's earthy, that last verse. Earthy, man. People that are carnal, they're very much about literally the things of the flesh, man. You know? It's about sex, it's about, I'm sure it's be drastic, but it's about busting guts and like looking at fat asses all day long and I hit that. Okay, after you hit that, what's next?
The scientists say what you can see, touch and smell. And that's what rules their life.
The sense.
Yeah, the senses. They're guided by the senses. I'll read this again, yeah? John chapter 3 and 31 again. He that cometh from above is above all. He that is of the earth is earthly.
Above all. So if that's your Yahushua. So if you're under your Yahushua, you're going to be from above. That's why people come, you go to people in the world and you interact with them, they automatically assume that condemned spirit about them. You got people that talk to you. How many times have other brothers say it as well? You just get on the train and guy, sorry.
Yep.
What are you sorry for, bro? Fuck are you sorry for, man? You didn't hit me. You didn't spit on me. You didn't kick my foot on the train. As soon as you, sorry.
Yeah.
People coming past the camp falling over.
Yeah.
Shit. It's a spirit. They're assuming a condemned spirit. Because as Ariel just read, you're from above, man. See, there's community, and I was thinking about this on the way here. Communication isn't looking at people only or talking to people only. It's actually feeling the same goal as them.
They say the majority of communication is non-verbal.
Like, we just communicated with this geezer.
Yeah.
He's in the same zone.
They say 90%, I know this because I've been through kind of testing much, 95% of communicating is body language.
You've got to be in the same area to have body language exchange. And the thing, see, the spirit is way quicker and way more powerful than the flesh. So that's why guys will get on a train and sit next to you before. Yeah, because we ain't seeing anything already. The demons on them acknowledge, Lord willing, the spirit of Jehovah in your child for you.
So going back again, just to finish it off. John chapter 3 and 31 again. He that cometh from above is above all. He that is of the earth is earthly and speaketh
And that's
of
why
the
they hate
earth.
you, because to them, you're a Hispanic, you're a Native American Indian, you're a black person, you're a Caribbean, you're a West African. So why, and that's why they have conflict within themselves. Most of your interactions with heathens, they get mad at themselves. Why do I feel nervous around him? That nigga. I'm superior to him. Yeah, in the flesh. Camera, bro. In the flesh, man. In the flesh, in this world, you're made to believe that you're better than us and things of that nature. But you niggas feel condemned around us, man. You know? But they really go away feeling conflicted in their head. He's just a little nigga. Why do I feel nervous? You feel nervous because your spirit identifies you're above you.
32. And what he hath seen and heard that is testifieth, and no man receiveth his testimony.
Yeah, but no man meaning over Israel, man. These guys that ain't meant to get it, man. That's the point of that, dude.
What's the same on the principle?
The piece that you had, and then we'll go through.
Well, I've got a few on deck, let me just pick one here. This is Romans 8. Oh, because I wanted to say what you're saying about that low-level lifestyle. It goes back to because Esau's in rulership. See, that's what Esau enjoys. Going to football matches, getting drunk, eating vindaloo, getting pissed on a Friday night. That's Esau's spirit. And the scriptures say, as the ruler of a city is, so are they that dwell therein. So because he's the basis of men, and is in a position of authority, you've got a lot of people trying to emulate his lifestyle. But the scriptures say this, Romans 8 starting from verse 5, for they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, but they that are after the Spirit, the things of the Spirit. So we're spiritual people, we're Jake. We're naturally closer to the Most High. Even the Jake in the world who doesn't know about the Most High, he's closer to the Most High than any Edomite could ever be. Right? So it says, verse 6, for to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. So as the Bible was saying, sometimes, see, the world will try and trick you into think that you're missing out by not being out there on a Friday or a Saturday night. They try to make out that, oh, you're boring, you don't do anything, you just stay at home. But really, you're wiser than the fools of the world who are doing those things, because the scriptures say it's better to go to the house of mourning than it is to go to the house of feasting.
Yeah.
So staying at home, you can accomplish a lot, man. You can learn a new skill, like you can study the scriptures more. And when I say learn this new skill, like you could just go on YouTube, you can find out about anything, like how to fix a car engine or how to make a kite. There's so much you can do that you don't need to be out there in the world chasing folly, which is only going to end up leading you into more problems. Because what good comes out of fucking getting pissed on a Friday and a Saturday night? You're destroying your health. As the brother said, you're running the risk of picking up all kind of STDs, getting into relationships with women who are no good. You know what I'm saying? Fights occur, you know, drunken brawls occur. There's just madness out there. So really, what are you doing?
Matthew 12 verse 43. When an unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest, and find none. Then he saith, I will return into my house. Then he saith, I will return unto a house. Then he saith, I will return into my house from whence I came out. And when he is come, he find it empty, swept, and garnished. Why I brought that? Because, as you said, when you go out, it's best to stay at home, right? Because you have to be more spiritual. Because when you go out in the world, you're dealing with different spirits.
That's right.
And they want to jump on you, basically. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you have to be careful, you know? These unclean spirits, right? And so it's always one negative spirit jumping, seeking out who he wants to go into and make matters worse for you. You know what I mean?
That's a good point. If I may add to what you said, I mean, even going home from camp, the brother and I had a situation, was it a week or two ago? Some guy on the train tried to start shit, and over nothing. I mean, see, this is the thing. The spirits out there, they're not looking at you like, oh, you're Jim and you work at Safeway or whatever. They're looking at, no, that's the man that we're all going to fuck with him, and I'm going to try and get him to go off. So when you're out, so lucky, one more thing, man. One other thing I hate. You could be out there in the so-called club, right? Everybody's there, the music's hella loud. You run the risk of getting, what's that thing in the ears ringing? Tinnitus, because the music's so loud, right? You got all these people, their bodies are shaking and shit, and you have one woman who will bump into you, and she'll turn around and she'll have the reddest eyes because she's so fucking drunk, she'll be like, and then she'll go back to bobbing. That's your life, man. I mean, there's no future in that shit.
Hebrews 11 and 24 says, by faith Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter, choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of Yahweh than to enjoy the pleasure of sin for a season. Yeah, back to you, because that curious Stephen, that you can have that, you know, if he could have had that. I use him as an example. Moses was brought up in the house of Pharaoh, so he could have had that curious thing, which he could have seen what was going on, and he could have lost track, lost faith a little bit. But he said, I read it again in 24 of Hebrews 11. By faith Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter, choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of Yahweh than to enjoy the pleasure of my region. So we could say, oh, that was good for Moses, but we're doing the same thing too. So don't just give him credit, but God give ourselves credit too, because those of us that are in this world, we're refusing to be part of this world.
That's a good point, because we've also grown up, Moses grew up in the house of Pharaoh, so he was in a Gentile state of mind. So he must have always felt like a good thing. And that's how we've been in this world. Like we're here, like, you know, like you say, you're going to work on a Monday morning, hey, how's the weekend? Yeah. And and you say, oh, you know what, I just stayed at home. They're looking at you like you're boring. And you don't fit in with them. The things that they enjoy, we don't enjoy. And Jake that does do that, usually they're just trying to win friends. You know, trying to fit in with people. Yeah.
26, yeah, makes the point as well. Esteeming the reproach of the Mashiach greater riches than the treasure in Egypt, for he had respect unto the recompense of the reward. Now that's what we call the long game. You know, yeah. Sportsmen know all about the long game. You tie the man out, you take him in the deep end and drown him. So we know we're being reproached. We're taking our blows, as we say. We're taking the L's, which are not really L's anyway. Because all them L's are mounting up into the W at the end of the long game. So we know we refuse to be a part of this world, refusing the riches that a lot of us had the opportunity to gain, you know, or just to be out of our minds, you know, with joy, ecstasy, because there's only things out there now. But we refuse them things to suffer the reproach of this world, like what happened last week, what happened to brothers, you know, coming to camp, week in and week out, and the trials that the Most High put you through, the test. Brothers get tested on the way home, on the way to camp, because they're now, are you really about what you're preaching? We do a video. Let's say you do a video about self-control, right? I'm gonna be cool today. And then someone comes out with a dog, and the dog just looking at you like, dog looking at you like that. I mean, you know, I just get mad. But you know, so you have to be mindful that we're going to be tested and reproached. But to stay focused, man. And these are examples that we look to, you know. I'll read it again. Hebrews 11:26 again. Esteeming the reproach of Yahushua Mashiach as greater riches than the treasure in Egypt, for he had respect unto the recompense of the reward. Yeah, man. Imagine now we're here, and they're questioning us, and they say, just you know, putting in the spirit, are you with them? And you maybe ain't got the garment on. What would you say? Are you with them? Because everybody's getting arrested now. What are you going to say? Yes. You're going to get right. You know what I mean? Because they're the kind of dilemmas that some of us are facing, and we may have to go through in the future.
But mate, just to answer that question, because if you used to say no, you'd be denying the Lord. Like Peter did, remember when they said you were with him? No, I wasn't with him. And he began to swear, and then the you realised he denied the Lord.
That was all part of the movie. But just to, you know, bring it home, closer to home. These are the kind of things that we some of us have faced, and some of us may have to face in, you know, with our brothers, but how much we're really about this thing, you know. I'm going to change it just to make you happy. I'm going to change it.
Who's mine? Because that's going dangerously close to your eye. Wisdom. Back in Wisdom of Solomon 6 verse 4. Because being ministers of his kingdom, you have not judged the right, nor kept the law, nor walked after the counsel of the Most High God. Horribly and speedily shall he come upon you, for a sharp judgment shall be to them that be in high places.
Horribly and speedily. You know, this is why the Bible is not a joke book. What other text says that? What other religion says that? You know, Muhammad said, niggas be talking about in the name of your Lord, the most gracious, the most merciful. This that. The Bible is letting you know, man. You fuck around, and because of what you did, horribly and speedily. This is why they don't want us out here, man. You know, we ain't even gonna be here next week, man. We'll let you know we do, but we ain't gonna be here because fuck this. You know, read.
Back in Wisdom of Solomon 6, I got to verse 6. For mercy will soon pardon the meanest, but mighty men shall be mightily tormented. For he which is Lord over all shall fear no man's person, neither shall he stand in awe of any man's greatness. For he hath made small and great, and careth for all alike. But a sore trial shall come upon the mighty. Unto you therefore, O kings, do I speak, that ye may learn wisdom and not fall away. For they that keep holiness holy shall be judged holy, and they that have learned such things shall find what to answer. Wherefore, set your affection upon my words, desire them, and ye shall be instructed. Wisdom is glorious and never fadeth away.
Listen, you want us to fade away because we come in the spirit of wisdom. You know, stop it now. You know, how many times, remember in Vauxhall that dude was like,
You're speaking hate.
hi, hi. And the other one goes, raindrops, work stops. They want you to fade away, man. You know, they want brothers to, you know, you're in the bed, you're in the bed, yeah, and they just roll over. Nah, not going today. They want you to fucking fade away, man. You know? I know I'm not the only one, man. Come on, brothers, man. I ain't the only one that has that, man. You know? I'm not the only one that has that, man. You know, sometimes you're in the bed and you're like, but then you get your ass up, man. They want you to fade away, bro. But wisdom can't fade away, man. And that's how deep the Lord is. You might not want to do this, yeah, but if it's your lot to do it, you're gonna fucking do it. And then you got people that want to do it, but they're not called to do it, man.
Yeah.
Like that guy that when Yahushua healed him, and he was like, man, okay, niggas healed, right? I'm gonna follow you. The Lord said, nah, man, don't worry about that. You don't have the number. Just go to the priest, show them that you're right, just leave. And then go about your business as a regular Israelite. That's deep, bro. You can want to be a part of something, and it's just like, no. You know? You gotta be, because the spirit of wisdom has to grow the individual. Because wisdom can't fade away. Read that again.
We're in Solomon 6 and verse 9 again. Unto you therefore, O kings, do I speak, that ye may learn wisdom and not fall away. For they that keep holiness holy shall be judged holy, and they that have such things will find what to answer. Wherefore, set your affection upon my words, and desire them, and you shall be instructed.
You see? See, we're talking about that, man. You know, you set your affection on the words of the Lord, not the parties, not the Friday nights and the Saturday nights, man.
And the gal them.
And the gyal them, you know. You know. You got niggas that do tours of cities, yeah, just to meet different a variety of women, man. You know. I was out there in Brum and the Nottingham one, the Birmingham one, the Leicester one, the Liverpool one, the Manchester one, you know. Nah, man, our affection is on the word, man. Okay? Let's get into them precepts. That's why I started out all this, because if you don't get into the Bible, it's going to go horribly for you, man.
Go on.
Horribly, man. It's terrible, bro. And bro, when you read the scriptures, yeah, read it in your own time. Read it slow. No, I'm not saying rubbish. I'm talking about at home. Oh, when you're at home, read it slow. Like when you're reading precepts and that, and really digest it, man. When the scripture's saying horribly and terribly, you know the Lord ain't messing around, man. Now we want to be on the right hand of the Lord with His good graces, man. So you know what we got to do, man. More on the hub.
Very famous scripture here. 2nd Ezra 9, verse 1. He answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself, and when thou seest part of the signs past which I have told thee before, then shalt thou understand.
Now measure. We went through Revelation about 2-3 weeks ago. What's the measuring stick?
Prophecy.
Which is in what book?
The whole book.
Exactly, the Bible.
No, I mean the volume.
The book. So the measuring stick is the Bible. So when it says measure thou diligently, read it again, bro.
2nd Ezra 9, chapter 9, verse 1. He answered me then and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself, and when thou seest part of the signs past, which I have told thee before, then shalt thou understand. Now it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made.
You're the highest, man. You're Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. And we know that according to biblical prophecy, before the Lord brings destruction, he sends his prophets out. That's why they're trying to simmer us down, man. Pacify. You know, you ain't gonna say that. You know, they want to give you locations where you can go. But if you're gonna be here on the premises, it has to be on this spot. I don't know about you brothers, but lately, the last couple of camps, man, I can really feel the spirit of Esau. He wants to shut it down, but it's just the way the Lord is playing it out. The Lord is shutting down. There ain't going to be much more camps, man.
I agree.
You know? You think that, 10 years from now, camp. Yeah. No. Camp is getting finished soon, man.
Yep. Lord willing.
You know, and we want it to get there, man.
Of course.
We want it to get there. That family of the word, man.
It's like we're working until it's night. When you can't see the food anymore, you have to pack up and go home. We're going to keep working until the Lord says, okay, close that list and say, okay, quitting time, then we're going to be off.
You know, like when you watch football, yeah, you know, you got extra time because of like added time. Like,
From injuries,
Injuries and all kind of stuff, man. You may get 3 minutes, 4 minutes, you know. But them last couple of seconds, leading into those last minutes, people start looking around, man. You know, like, yeah, bro. You know, man, them jogging back, tracking back and that. You know, you know what I'm about that, bro. Man just there, like, just waiting for the ref. Woo! You know. But that's the thing. Let's say it's 2-1 down there, and you're on stoppage time. If there's 20 seconds left, unless it's a miracle goal, but then things happen, you know who's won and who's lost. But we're in stoppage time spiritually. We know who's won and we know who's lost. We're just playing the last couple of seconds out.
Running out the clock.
You know? Time wasting, you know? We're at the point of the game where we're time wasting, man.
This is supposed to pass the ball back to yourself.
Yeah, you know? You know, that's a lesson, man. You know, you're only going to understand that if you understand the game of football or soccer, you know? But if you understand the game of football and soccer, we're spiritually time wasting on the pitch. Yeah. Because we already know the outcome. We already won.
Jeremiah 16:16. Behold, I will send for many fishers, and saith the Lord, and they shall fish them. And after I will send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain and from every hill and out of the holes of the rock. So this is just the real work. I'm pretty sure, brothers, we're rubbing our hands together. Other rappers are with those men. The real work, that's the real work, man. When you start becoming hunters, man. Yeah. And you can call it what you want, but I'm always doing it. I'm always meditating on it. I have to ask the Most High to stop me from meditating on it. So much, you know, to be a bit more balanced. But that's the real work. That's the real work.
Imagine how the first Edomite you get your hands on.
Oh no!
Unleashed on that, just that first one. He's gonna get it, man.
God.
Well, you know what? On that point, that's beautiful, right? But as well as you said, the first Edomite you get your hands on is the first man to put your hand on an Edomite. Yahweh. That's right. Yeah. You've got to get his first, man.
Right.
Imagine the Lord. Let's get that. I'm a long time holding one piece. You know. Now will I cry like a travailing woman?
Yep. Go. Yeah.
These people are oblivious out there. Like getting in cars and driving.
Oh.
Isaiah 42:14. Want it now?
Yeah, agree, baby.
Right, so this is Isaiah 42, start from verse 13. The Lord Yahweh, let me read that again. The Lord shall go forth as a mighty man. He shall stir up jealousy like a man of war. He shall cry, yea, war. He shall prevail against his enemies. I have long time holding my peace. I have been still, and I have refrained myself. And now I will cry like a travailing woman. I will destroy and devour at once.
Yeah, a long time holding his peace because the Lord got put to death over 2,000 years ago. He had the ability to stop them up, but he didn't. Obviously, to play out prophecy.
And now he's in the spirit realm at the right hand of the Father. Now, it's just over 2 days he's been up there. Because the time perception in the heavens is different to earth, man. You know? But it's been a long time that the Lord is holding his people. You know? So when the Heavenly Father gives him that go ahead, you know, he ain't gonna ask him twice, man. Okay? And he's gonna lash out, man. Because what it is, right? We're an oppressed people, and Jake really wants to lash out.
Yep.
You know, Jake wants to lash out. I'm talking about even Jake in the world, you know. Like if he had the chance to like, you know, you got to do like a purge.
Yeah.
Like, for one night, you just do whatever the fuck you want to do. Like if that, he's gonna get to that level. But if there was an annual purge night of whatever you could do it for that whole night, right, until about 5 a.m. in the morning, people would be going for their managers, you know, their neighbors, you know, their ex-wife, their ex-boyfriend, you know, their cousins, you know, people that they'll probably search out people that cut them up in traffic and you know, people, the way this world is, even for Edomites, you're forced to live an oppressive lifestyle, you know. Your manager, get that report on my desk, yes, yeah. Everything's just oppressed, bro. Just getting told what to do, and then everything's yeah. But if you was allowed to lash out for 1 day, you'd catch about 200 bodies. The societies, the way the devil has made society is an oppressive one. Now, oppressed of all nations and all people is the Israelites. So when that time comes, you know, like a dog there, something, you know, I analyze people, man. Like you could have a dog on the leash in the park, and then they're walking on the road, walking up to the park, and they're on the leash, and then they get to the greenery, and the owner takes off the leash. Sometimes the dog will look up like, I'm free? Like, you sure I can go? And then like, yeah, go, and then the dog will go to it, because they're so accustomed to being on the leash. When they become free, they're so happy they can't believe it. I can run freely. Well, that's how it's going to be, man. We're going to realize, oh shit, it's time. Time to get these niggas, man. You know? So, and Yahushua has that freedom. He's spiritually on that leash of the Heavenly Father. When the Most High Yahweh retracts that, okay, son, go get me. There ain't going to be no waiting and dilly-dallying, man. That's why it says like a travailing woman. Because if you've ever seen a woman's water break, she can't control that. Oh, well, baby, my water's broken. After dinner, let's go to hospital and deliver this child. No, man. Whatever's going on, you're commanded to stop what you're doing according to nature and fucking get to the hospital or wherever and birth that baby. Because of the pain you. So the pain that Jake has built up over the years and years, it ain't going to be oh well, we put the go ahead now, and your house I'll be sitting there like, nah, I'll wait a bit. Nah, man, as soon as he's given the command to go, it's going to be like a woman in travail. That pain, that built up pain, man, from day fucking one, going all the way back to Adam, that pain from day one, the house is going to be able to release it, man.
That's what you're saying. It's like if you watch F1 and they're at the starting grid and they wait, the red lights, they can hear them revving their engines so they get a faster start. That's how we're going to be waiting for that green light to go and unleash a pistol.
And then what do you have in F1? Pole position. When you go through the warm-up time trials, that decides where you are, man. So your house is in pole position. Right at the front, man. Yeah, that's a lesson, man. Yahushua is the man in pole position. He's ready to fucking go, man. Oh, no, yeah.
That's a good one. Isaiah 63 and 1 says, who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments from Bozrah, that is glorious in his apparel?
Then you know what? Hold that. Let's finish on
Wisdom 6?
Yeah.
Right, so it says,
Then we'll get
I got to verse 12. Wisdom is glorious and never fadeth away. Yea, she is easily seen of them that love her, and found of such easily seen of her.
heard that love her, meaning that if we're meant to come into the truth, we're going to have a lot of struggles,
but understanding the gospel is not going to be a struggle. If you got a guy that's just not seeing it, and he wants to be a part of it, but I don't get this. You break it down 10 ways to it. No, but this and that. Wow. Like how the scripture says, avoid foolish questions. Because a guy that asks a lot of foolish questions is someone that really spiritually is struggling to come to terms with. Wisdom is easily seen of they that love him. It's going to be hard to get involved, for sure, but the actual fundamentals of the gospel, it's not going to be hard for you to get it. Because it's like you already knew it. The scripture says that. You always want to read it. You're already spiritually accustomed to the Bible. So wisdom is easily seen of they that love her. So,
Wisdom is glorious and never fadeth away. Yea, she is easily seen of them that love her, and found of such as seek her. She preventeth them that desire her in making herself first known unto them.
yeah, wisdom, the scripture says wisdom will triumph. That's why you can't just, I'm an Israelite. No, it don't work like that. Wisdom's going to try you up, man. If you're really meant to be around it, man. And it's the same thing. Wisdom's a fear. It's a feminine spirit, man. Alright? Now there's one thing saying hard to get and being a fucking bitch about it, but there's another thing of making a man so-called work for you, man. I don't know about other brothers, man, but if I go to women and I've got her in like day one, right, I don't know about you, man. And because every nigga that approaches you's got you. There has to be something about a woman that she has dignity.
Right.
She wants to. It's a woman that gives herself to any guy don't respect herself. So she's got to suss you out a bit. Yeah, you always talk about check these hoes. Oh, women got to check men too. Can I actually go right with this guy, man? Am I gonna marry this guy and be with him and fucking get killed? He's a liability out there. It's the same thing with wisdom. The truth ain't gonna give herself to you just because you've got a garment. It doesn't work like that, man. Go on.
Verse 14. Whoso seeketh her early shall have no... Let me read that again. Whoso seeketh her early shall have no great travail, for he shall find her sitting at his doors. To think therefore...
The doors is the mind. Okay? That's why the scripture says, Yahweh shall behold, I stand at the door and knock. Alright? So wisdom is that's all that's gonna be on your head. If you ain't thinking about this all the time, what the fuck are you thinking about? Friday night? Saturday night? What are you thinking about, man? Yeah, I gotta get the report into the boss. Yeah. You watch them American shows, man. I don't know if it's actually like that. I'm not from America, but in the shows, their life is their job. Everything's their job. They'll be in the office at 10 p.m. Yeah, I gave it up my all today. Yeah. And like 6 a.m. they back in the office again. What the fuck did you do in between? You take the time for yourself. Well, you gotta be all up into the truth, man. Go on.
Verse 14. So like a 15. No, it was 14, beginning. Whoso seeketh her early shall have no great travail, and he shall find her sitting at his doors. To think therefore upon her is perfection of wisdom.
Yep.
And whoso watcheth for her...
Like into a woman, you get a woman, right, you're all into her. The dating process is going well, you get together, she's all you can think about, I wonder if she's eating today, and the next walk I have with her. That's all well and good, man. You can be into women and stuff like that. Okay? But at the end of the day, this is the number one woman. The same way you've been infatuated and you're fooled by a woman, that's how you got to be towards the truth. Somebody fooled that, remember that first love.
1 Corinthians 16 and 15. I beseech you, brethren, ye know the house of Stephanus, that it is the first fruit of Achaia, and they have addicted themselves to the ministry of the saints.
So they have addicted themselves to the ministry of the saints. You know what it means to be addicted, man? You can't get your mind off it. You can't stop it, man. You just need to, man. You gotta be addicted to this, man. Because again, what the fuck are you gonna be doing if you're not into this? Now I'm not saying don't have your downtime, because we know guys like that, man. You know, they sleep with a camera on, man. You know, we ain't saying be like that. You know, you do whatever you're into. You got hobbies, you got a woman, you got children, whatever. You do your life, right? But this truth has always got to be playing in your head. You know? That can push the overriding vibe, innit? Next thing you know, you're not on fire, brother, you're not on fire. All that crap. Okay? But you gotta be addicted to the truth, man. You gotta be fully addicted to it. You think you're hard? Because this world is a world of distraction. And that's why they put certain views when they're doing major things. You know, they'll be telling you about submersibles and shit, and then they're pushing policy, man. You know, this world is a world of illusions and distractions. So you gotta be focused. To you, me, speak to myself. You gotta be focused on this, man. And the word focus goes back to the word fuego, I believe, is fire. Concentrate, concentrate, man. You know, you can't fucking concentrate, then that's the issue.
And that's the issue with a lot of Jake actually. They've got very small attention spans.
Read that up.
Yeah. Going to 16 now, verse 16. That ye submit yourselves unto such, and to everyone that helpeth with us, and laboureth. I am glad of the coming of Stephanus, and Fortunus, and Archaeus. For that which was lacking on your part, they have supplied. For they have refreshed my spirit and yours. Therefore,
it's refreshing. That's why we feel refreshed when we're around brothers. It's refreshing to be around men that's on fire. All week you're by yourself for the most part. You know, sometimes brothers link up and chill and that, but for the most part you're by yourself. You know, like you leave camp on 100% and slowly, the dust starts raining,
for they have refreshed my spirit and yours. Therefore acknowledge.
Well, you see, according to their law, they're breaking the Sabbath. He had small hats in the car. But they're not allowed to drive on the Sabbath, according to them. So what they do? See, they can't keep their own laws. That's not even in the scriptures, right? But the laws they set, they can't keep. They're not allowed to turn on the ignition on a Shabbat. It's their so-called Shabbat. But they're in the car driving, looking at us. So even your own fucking law, because the scriptures do speak about a Sabbath day journey. Alright, you can travel on the Sabbath, but it's a restricted distance. Okay? Even traveling too far, if you want to get technical, it could be breaking the Sabbath, because that comes on the work now, you're traveling. But there's a certain, the scriptures speak about a Sabbath day journey. So you can move around and move about and travel, but it's a very much reduced amount of travel. Okay? So they say, well, you can't turn the car on, you know? Which not, you know, technically, if you want to get real technical, they're not even going off because ignition is starting a fire, so flame.
Yeah, it's spark,
So, you know, we're not over righteous. If you've got to move around on the Sabbath, you say you come in camp or whatever, then cool. We'll jump in the car. But technically, well, he's there in the car driving, looking at us. What are you doing? It's that. You know? That's all. What are you doing, bro? You know, it's right, man. Anyway, that's just the passing point. I want to finish on what I have with you.
Right.
But
So
refreshing.
start again, verse 18. 1 Corinthians 16, verse 18. For they have refreshed my spirit and yours. Therefore acknowledge ye them that are such. The churches of Asia salute you. Aquila and Priscilla salute you much in the Lord with the church that is in their house.
Yeah, so you salute brothers that you know, like I'm going to speak about be not quick to lay hands on a man. You know, people think that's talking about fighting people. No, it's talking about embracing a man as a brother. Be not quick to, oh, he's my friend, yeah, he's alright, yeah, it's fine. Salutations don't have to do for that word, I had good report. It's the same thing today. You know, you can't just come around and they're like, well, I've got a garment too. So, And in other words, what is it? So, okay. Salutations go out to people that have good report in the church because they are profitable to the body. If you're a brother that edifies and adds to the body, you're profitable unto Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Okay? Even though the scriptures do say we're unprofitable servants, alright, you're of use to the Lord because you're helping and other brothers around you. You've got to be helpful, man.
Yeah. And you know, if I could add to that because
if you're not helpful, right, you're actually taken away. You're a hindrance, man. You've got to be helpful. Go on,
we're gonna have soulful men that are helpers. Understand that are not in the camp. We know that. They start out to them, eventually they come in, but some they're just helpers out in the cup. I even remember that not to that part, you know, some two call him sweat needed. But he said, what do you want to say? You want to say something? He said, these guys are just in the car. You're going to get people that are in the car and they're going to come out of the car. So you're going to keep going on, they're going to come out of the car and they're going to defend you. I remember he said that. But you don't know who they are. But you also have to be mindful that you're going to have helpers or secretly selfish too that come and they be helpers. Or mighty men in the background that if something happens, we had this happen as well. A mighty man comes out and deals with them and he goes back into the cup.
Well, look at Joseph from Arimathea, man. He's of the elect, man. Right. It wasn't his portion, and he was a master of the law. See, the Lord is deep, man. You can be a master of the law, but your calling ain't to teach.
Right.
Like
He's using too high of a position.
He's too high of a position. His calling was just to help, man. Well, you got to teach, and you're kind of well off. Donate that for the Lord so he has a place to be buried in. Now he's going to be saved because of that. He's of the elect, but he comes from the help. He had that sister, I forget her name, the seller of purple.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
I know the story, forget the name.
She gave money to the assembly, man.
Right.
You know, you had a lot of people that were just helps, man. What about that little boy with the fish and the loaves? You do not think he's of the elect, man? He's probably no random kiddo.
Yeah.
Because there's just some kid. You know? And like, no, man, that little boy that did that, he was a reason as to why Yahweh tried to do a miracle. I think that's a chosen lot, bro. Imagine that, man. Your whole existence was so that your house, and no, you know how you're the elect, the scripture says, if I be lifted up, I will draw all men unto me. He gave Yahweh a reason to be lifted up.
Yeah. And you can do things in secret, if you do things in secret, you'll be rewarded in secret. So you don't have to make a big display out of it, and the most likely that if you give a cup of water to your prophet, you receive the reward of the prophet.
And just think about that really carefully. All it is one person to walk past, you know, and stop and goes, and it's going in your pocket and you go, a bottle of water might cost £1. Just that little one water. That could be similar salvation.
And that's the beauty of it. Because you have people in your everyday life come over and do something out of the blue, randomly nice, not even knowing the reward they're going to get.
Oh, so that's it. Can I just say something, right? When you come from town, on Thursday, it was Thursday to get home.
Yeah, because the trains are fucked up.
And I was having problems, right? And this guy, this Edomite man came up to me and he said, "You have any problem?"
Right.
And he helped me, man.
Yeah.
He took the phone from me and tried to help me. And I looked at him, I was staring at him, and he just looking at him, and he's looking at my phone, I'm looking at him, and I said, "You don't know what you're doing, brother. Let's see." And I'm sitting, when I took the phone,
No, brother, fuck him.
You know?
If it's an Edom,
No, so when I say Edom, it's a so-called, right? But I
because it
don't
could
know.
be a Jake.
yeah,
I'm blaming
Jake,
you.
yeah,
I'm blaming you because that's the spirit.
Yes,
If it's an Edomite, yeah, the scripture says his words were smoother than butter.
Yes.
He probably had some. I guarantee if it's an Edomite, his intentions weren't good. It's either he's a spy or he's seen your face on camera and he's trying to get brownie points to see if he's going to come out punishment.
You never know.
But for a person to do that, it's probably a white thing.
Yes.
What Edomite's going to help?
No. It came up.
That probably was a white thing.
Yeah. Put up.
But that
I'm just saying, what you said is first.
what you just said, that reminded me of the Passat. That 1 or 2 years ago, on the bus, when I was short of my, I'm going to read the speech after. I was shooting my oyster card, yeah. And he barged me out the way, and I barged him back. And then he paid me, And then I went through it, you know. And then the driver says, he just paid you. And I said, what? He just paid you. So I looked at him, I tried to get some eye contact and see what it looked like. He did look like an Edomite, but he came, whether he was or not, he came in the spirit of an angel. In the spirit of an angel. So there's going to be people that come in, it may not necessarily be angels. Because sometimes I'm running around here,
you want to come
you know, this place here. And,
He sensed the spirit.
I saw a man with a long stick, and he looked like an Edomite, but he said he went like that to me. So I learned a lesson from the time what happened in the Passat. Don't just jump to conclusions. Don't, you know, jump on it or go on the attack straight away. But let me read this one. Psalms 119 and 2 says, I have not departed from thy judgment, for thou hast taught me. Judgment, for thou hast taught me. How sweet are the words unto my taste, yea, sweeter than honey to my mouth. Though through thy precepts I get understanding, therefore I hate every fool's word. Last one. You know this one. Thy word is a lamp unto my foot and a light unto my pathway. So when you talk about, I just made that earlier when I talked about doing a video. So when we're doing a video, we're actually doing a video and we're making it, going up into the heavens. We're teaching ourselves. So also you can be mindful that what you're teaching, right? And you take it in and you meditate on it. When you walk out the door, if someone tests you on it, are you gonna really apply it? What you just talk? You done a video on it. Sometimes to be mindful of that too, because you're supposed to be, the first person that you should apply to should be you, first and foremost. You're not doing a video just to edify the church, you're edifying yourself too. So that is another thing when you have wisdom, when wisdom is flowing in your veins. Obviously, you're gonna get tried. You're gonna get tried to see, and that's from the Most High.
Can't.
Right, this is in Book of Acts, chapter 16, starting from verse 14. And a certain woman named Lydia, a seller of purple of the city of Thyatira, which worshipped the Most High God, heard us, whose heart the Lord opened, that she attended to the things which were spoken of Paul. And when she was baptized, and her household, she besought us, saying, if you have judged me to be faithful to the Lord, come into my house, abide there, and she constrained us. That last verse again? It says, what's the last verse? Right, so it says, and when she was baptized, her and her household, she besought us, saying, if you have judged me to be faithful to the Lord, come into my house.
So you're gonna have righteous sisters, man. You know, we know things. You're gonna have sisters that are actually like on point. If they're, deem me faithful, come into my house. Man. And that would have been an honor for her to host men of the Lord. Man. And I believe this was an elder woman, man.
Yeah.
Okay? It wasn't a woman, that had a husband or whatever. It was an elder woman.
And she said, if you've judged me to be faithful to the Lord, come into my house and abide there, and she constrained us. Then it goes into something else about damsel, to see
Basically, Gideon was the seller of purple. So she accommodated people, man. She accommodated men of the Lord. And you not think that's going to be a blessing for her, man? And I have a feeling, right? I could be wrong, but I have a feeling a lot of the elect ladies, according to scripture, they're going to be older women. You keep young ass homies, most of them going to get put to death. You're going to have a few of them that are young and get saved. And children as well, of course. But the majority of the elect ladies that saved, man, I believe it's going to be women that's kind of getting up there, man. These young ones are there, for the most part, they're God, man.
They're in their prime and they're in their prime.
Yeah.
They ain't got time for the Most High because they think that they're
Wisdom of Solomon. Like in Wisdom of Solomon 6, verse 15. Speaking of wisdom, to think therefore upon her is perfection of wisdom, and whoso watcheth for her shall quickly be without care. For she goeth about seeking such as worthy of her, and showeth herself favourably unto them in the ways, and meeteth them in every thought. For the very
meeteth them in every thought. You got to apply wisdom, man. As Ariel was saying, you make the videos, Alright, how well do we apply it, man? And you know how the spirit works? Whenever you do a video on, or whatever sometimes you pray to get better at, that's when Satan starts giving you the next trial and tribulation of that very thing. You know, you could do a video on patience, and a brother says, with that, hopefully it's edifying, shalom, and then 10 seconds later you're blowing up about something. But brothers don't see that because the camera's off. But the Lord sees that.
I mean, never stop rolling with them on the side.
You know? That's right, man.
That's what I'm saying in itself.
Read that last verse again if you go from there.
Verse 15, to think therefore upon her is perfection of wisdom, and whoso watcheth for her shall quickly be without care. For she goeth about seeking such as worthy of her, and showeth herself favourably unto them in the way, and meeteth them in every thought. For the very true beginning of her is the desire of discipline.
Desire of discipline. Okay? That's what the word disciple means. Alright? Talmudanian. Disciple to be under discipline. Alright? This truth requires discipline. And we all grow in discipline the longer we're in it. You know? But that's why certain guys don't hang around. Now we're not going to dwell on that kind of topic, but what I'm saying is, if you're hanging around, you have to apply discipline. In the truth, you got to be able to take rebuke. You know, you got to be able to admit you're wrong. You know, but then there's also the side of being edified, being built. Okay, fellowship. You know, but the truth takes a lot, man. You can't. I don't feel like it. You made a contract, man. The moment you come into the camp and you dedicate, I'm into this now. I wanna, I'm about this, right? If you stop, you're gonna pay the punishment of a fallout, man. It's discipline to come out here when it's cold and wet. You don't feel like it, man. Or you're sick sometimes. Look, man, the Lord don't care about excuses. Okay? As I oftentimes say, the Lord is not experienced caring, man. Or how's the experience? You enjoying it? Out of 10? Out of 10, what can we do better
No
next
survey.
time?
Survey.
You've got to tick the box here on the scale of 1 to 10.
The Lord don't care about the fucking experience, man. The Lord is not experience driven. He is, when I say experience, because the word needs to cry out, the Lord don't care about your time, about how you feel, your feeling. The Lord is result driven. Yeah, you went through this, but you got the job done. The Lord is result driven. So to be involved in a love affair with wisdom, alright, is to be in a love affair with discipline.
Verse 17, for the very true beginning of her is the desire of discipline, and the care of discipline is love. And love is the keeping of her laws, and the giving heed unto her laws is the assurance of incorruption.
Yeah, because love, if you love me, keep my commandments, right? Love is the keeping of the commandments, right? And yes, you have the law, right? The Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, the scroll we have, that's the law. But then we've got the whole Bible is the law as well. Other commands and statutes, admonishments. These all constitute the law. Okay? And love is the application of the law, man. Okay? Read that verse again because there's something in there.
Written in Solomon 6 and 17 again. For the very true beginning of her is the desire of discipline, and the care of discipline is love, and love is the keeping of her laws, and giving heed unto her laws is the assurance of incorruption.
And giving heed unto her laws is the assurance of incorruption. Alright? The assurance, man. Alright? Now we're not walking around saying, well, I know I made it. But guess what? The people that do this sincerely will make it. That's why we hope to be of that number. It's not a 50-50 thing of, in the truth you may make it, you may not. No, man. Those who are in this that are predestined to make it will. It's an assurity, man. So when you take care and take heed to the scriptures and wisdom and study and the love thereof, okay, salvation is assured, man.
Proverbs 4 verse 5.
And then we'll go to 7. Get wisdom, get understanding. Forget it not. Neither decline from the words of my mouth.
Yeah, see? See, you got dibble and dabble. You know, I feel like it today and tomorrow I don't. I dibble and dabble and I'm patient spirit. Get it, man. Be securely in its grip, man. Grip onto it. Get wisdom and get understanding, man. Go on.
Forsake her not.
Forsake her not. Don't try, let's get that. Do that. Turn his hand to the cloud. You know, forsake her not, man. Okay? To the very, I watched a video, some old videos, you know, the apostles, man. So I said, you know, brothers put the collage together, different clips. You know, you got to enjoy the feel of it, man.
I tell you, if you like it or not.
If you like it, look,
Right.
you're in it now. What are you gonna do?
Fuck, man.
You know?
Oh.
But every weekend, you know, and hey, spirits mess with you. Spirits mess with you. You know, like, yesterday I had that like, you just start feeling sad and really heavy and feel out of nowhere. And you start analysing, well, what's going, you know, there's nothing that should be making you feel like this right now. It's spirits, man. You know? You gotta go through feeling like shit sometimes in the spirit. You know, you just feel down, you just, you know, you wanna cry, you just feel sad. You know, your heart feels heavy, your chest feels heavy, you know. And then the demon will go, if you pack it in, if you pack it in, go back to normal. You're alright. So you think. The demons are lying to you. But as I'm saying, what with it? And then you got to step out of that. You got to pray, you got to anoint yourself, fast, do everything, speak to brothers, see different perspectives on certain situations, get your ass up, man. Pray to the Lord fundamentally, but you can't. Whoa, I feel shy, so I'm gonna tap out. There ain't no tapping out in the truth, man. It's not an option. To the bitter end, man.
This is beautiful. The girl says, forsake her not, and she shall preserve thee.
Yeah, so she shall preserve thee, man.
Wow.
How many stories are there of buildings burning and everything gets burnt, but the Bible don't get burnt? I've heard multiple stories of that. The whole place is just trashed, burnt to cinders, as they say, and the Bible is just sitting there. You know? Well, it's the same thing spiritually. You could be in this world that's burning, but she will preserve you, man.
Yep.
You're going to be preserved. Everything is getting burnt and just charcoaled out, and you're just there like, oh shit, I'm alright. That's why David said, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. You got to qualify that. Primarily, that's speaking of the landmass of America. You know, but wherever we are, you know, you're in some danger of near death. You know, talk about near death experience. Our whole fucking existence is a near death experience.
Yeah.
You step out of your house, you're in your house. Spirits be messing with you,
That's
man.
deep. That's deep. Yeah.
You're in your you think you're safe in the house? You're not safe in the house, man.
I'm telling you, that's powerful what you said.
You know, you could be in your kitchen.
Yeah.
You could be in the fucking kitchen. You could have like, you know how you're arranged up in the cupboard above. You know, you open the boom, and just out there. Something could fall out of the cupboard, man. You know what's gonna happen, bro? And then now brothers are trying to contact you. No one's hearing from you. The parents try to contact you, your woman, and then someone calls the police to go to your house, and your body's rotting away for 3 weeks and 6 days because you got hit by the puppy guy that came out the cupboard. Nobody knows you're dead. You think you're fucking safe in your yard? You're not safe in your house, man.
I tell you what, it could be an arm length away and you still can't reach it. The phone. You can't reach your phone. Your arm, and you can't reach it. That's
Oh,
powerful,
just
man.
to pick on, it's beautiful you said that because I remember a couple of years back there was one fitness Instagram model type girl, like, you know, thousands of subscribers. She used to do yoga videos or some shit. Yeah, she went into a cupboard and she was going to open a container, but it was pressurized, so the lid flew off and it hit her in the chest, and it caused her to have a cardiac arrest. So she basically had a heart attack just from trying to open with some yogurt or some shit. Pressurized, hit her in the chest, she dead. That could be your ass, man.
Yeah, that's the spirit. Like the Lord can take you out in a comical way, man. You know, reasons of death. Yeah, and hitting the chest by yoga.
Master issues of death, innit? Master it.
Yeah. Well, I've called for something.
Yeah, I've got a few. This is This is Proverbs 21:7 says, he that loveth pleasure shall be a poor man, and he that loveth wine and oil shall not be rich. So, yeah, we're talking about discipline. Yeah, so because discipline will enable you to put pleasure, you know, to one side and putting this ministry first, putting this work first, the most side work first. But if you love pleasure, you're gonna get your priorities wrong. So that's the difference. Now, there's nothing wrong with drinking some good wine or having some good oil, but it's putting them in the right perspective, putting your priorities right. That's all that is. That's correct. So, he that loveth pleasure shall be a poor man, and many people in the world, what they call them, drunkards, down and out, tramp, homeless people. A lot of them are, if you ask them, you listen to what they say, some of them become homeless because they were the wino. I love wine, or they stop paying their rent, all kind of stupid things. Or they love crack. They put crack first, or they became an addict. So they stopped paying their rent and started to, buy crack. So that was because they had their priorities wrong, ultimately. So that can happen to us in the truth, not in such an extreme level, hopefully. But
somebody get that, seek ye first the kingdom.
Can't. But if we, by putting your priorities right, because you mentioned about, not today, that feeling of not today. Well, you can do it. You can do what you need to do. That's getting your priorities right, and then you can chill out later. Now, for me, I always get, what do you call it, man? Job satisfaction coming out here, because that's what them stoics are like. They say, well, I'm going to do this, and then I know later on, I'm going to get my, I have my time. The stoics just they ain't nothing special about an average stoic. They just got their priorities right. We can do that too.
Even in like they got these stoic gym pages now. I don't feel like working out today. One of them goes, get your ass to the gym. Then the next line goes, but I don't feel like working out today. And then the person responds, nobody asks how you feel, get your ass to the gym. It's true, man. If you do things on feelings, then you're going to be inconsistent. Nobody asks how you feel. Now, certain brothers have more faith than others. Certain brothers are more sick than others in terms of the ability to come out. But I'm the type of guy, man. As long as my legs are working, I'm coming out here, man. I don't care if my voice is half gone. I've got a mad migraine, a headache. I mean, I've got to be near to like death for me not to be here. Yeah. Lord willing, it stays that way, But it's like, bro, nobody asks how you feel, man. Now, obviously, we care about each other off the scene, and bro, take this herb, or I pray for you, and we anoint you, or change the diet and shit. We care about how each other feels, but we're concerned with the work. The Lord don't give a fuck. I don't feel like, we really don't feel like it, bro. Nobody cared and asked how you felt. The command was do the work. Let's get that, where Yahushua said, if you love me, and he asked Peter 3 times. Yeah. To emphasize the point. Yeah. Make your point, but I want that scripture.
No, I was holding something else in debt for you about the
feed my sheep,
proof it, Harold. I don't know if you still want it. Seek ye first the kingdom.
Let's get that. And I want the one with Peter.
Right, so this is Matthew 6:33. But seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High God and His righteousness.
You should know that the Most High don't give a fuck about how you feel. The fact that He put His own Son to death in such a gruesome and sadistic way, that should let you know the Lord don't give a fuck about your feelings on earth. He is result driven. I don't feel like it. Yeah, how should I went to him with that shit in the garden, man? But Father, is there another way? His flesh got to him. But that's an example for us, man. The no answer was an answer. Like you praying in the garden, you're there praying, man, and you're just not hearing anything back. The Passion of the Christ, that was quite a good movie, man. In the garden they had that Satan with the baby walking past, and snakes coming near him. That's kind of on point. You think it was just a peaceful evening in the Garden of Gethsemane? He had all kind of apparitions and demons messing with the Lord as he's praying, man. Putting voices coming to his head, speaking Hebrew. Don't do it. All that kind of shit. My offer? Yeah. When Satan with the briefcase coming. When they fucking got the oyster out, right? Yeah. They're on the fucking executive office, yeah.
Yeah.
Just take the deal.
Yeah.
Just take it, man.
Yeah, and they push it
You
across
know?
the table.
It's funny, but what you're saying is actually very real. That's what I see a lot of others,
Yeah,
man, but they don't.
If you're not spiritual to perceive when these temptations are coming, you might be inclined to fall for it.
Then finish this.
Right, so like Matthew 6 and 33, but seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High God and His righteousness.
Yeah, like Ariel was saying, man, you searching the crack and the weed and the drink and the galdem and all that stuff and the job. We gotta have these things, minus the crack. But we gotta have these things, right? But at the end of the day, man, this has to be first. Because it says, what?
Seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High God
Yep.
and His righteousness,
Right.
and all these things shall be added unto you.
Right. And all these things shall be added, man. That's the catch, man. You know? But guess what? We're in the mindset of, even if I don't get the stuff added on, I just want the kingdom of heaven. You know? Because you got them guys, well, I'll do it because of what I'm going to get. No, we're doing it because, we're just doing it because of our faith for the Lord. Yeah, what we get is icing on the top. That's why certain people fall out, man. Yeah, we've had guys say, well, if the Lord don't come back in 2013, then I don't know.
I'm retiring.
You know?
That's the end of my contract.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, fixed term contract is done now. But that means they were doing it because of what they were hoping to get. No, now we know we're going to be rewarded and we do focus on that, but we don't do this just for the reward. We do it because it's the right thing to do.
Well, job satisfaction is it's nothing tangible. Say you go to work, you know, you go to it to get your paid at the end of the day, but you get people that are into art, they don't get paid for it, but they do it because they like the, you know, and they get a certain amount of buzz from it, job satisfaction. So we don't get intangibles today, but we still we're getting rained on, we're getting all some of the seasons, but the job satisfaction is just that, and it's not a reward from the Most High. It's just, oh, I did that. You know, I didn't know I could do that. You know, let me read. John chapter 21 and 15 says, so when they had denied Yahushua, saying unto Simon Peter, Simon son of Jonas, lovest thou me more than these?
Did we read that with this? When they dined, after they ate. The night.
I'll start from the top again. So when they had dined, Yahushua saith to Simon Peter, Simon son of Jonas, lovest thou me more than these? He saith unto him, Yea, Lord, thou knowest that I love thee. He saith unto him, Feed my lambs. And he saith to him again the second time, Simon son of Jonas, lovest thou me? He saith unto him, Yea, Lord, thou knowest I love thee. He saith unto him, Feed my sheep. 17. He saith unto him the third time, Simon son of Jonas, lovest thou me? Peter was grieved. Peter was grieved because he said unto him, the third time lovest thou me? And he said unto him, Lord, thou knowest all things. Thou knowest that I love thee. Jehovah said unto him, Feed my sheep.
The Lord did that so that it would be recorded. That gives us an emphasis to push the truth. You know, because yes, Peter, right? He knew thought-provoking.
Yeah.
He knew that he loved the Lord, and yet Yahushua knew that Peter loved him. So when you're getting, he's probably the Lord having an insecure moment, man. What's going on, man? You really know what he did. But then that's why the third time he got grieved. But that was a conversation engineered so that it would be recorded. Scripture says all things are written for our learning, right? So that we can know the emphasis of the importance of pushing the word and teaching, feeding the sheep, man. You know, because certain things are already known. Like, bro, you've been out here for a while. The Lord knows you're into this, man, and you know you're into it. But you still have to fulfill the job role until the very bitter end, man. So that's why Yahushua stressed it, man. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Okay? And what he was really speaking about was trying to get into it a little bit more. Do you love the originator of everything, Yahweh? Do you love the Most High? That's the name. I want to get we believe that Peter's David, right? My beloved. Alright? So he's saying, look man, are you, according to your name, are you really, you're beloved to me, but am I beloved to you? You know? I'm down, I've put you in this position, you know, but are you gonna return the favor, as it were, for etiquette? And it's the same thing to this day. The Lord has protected us our whole lives, you know, and it's like, are we gonna give back to the Lord? That's a good point, you know? Because that's what the Lord wants to see, man. I'm giving you something. What are you gonna do for me, man?
Yeah.
That's why the Lord said. They said to the Lord, you know, when was you thirsty? When was you hungry?
When saw we thee naked?
Naked. When was you in prison and we visited you not? That you do this to the least of my brethren, you do it unto me. You know. So really, a large part of the truth once you come in, is your ability to give back. You know? The ability to give back, that can actually get you saved. It's not even about knowing everything. Now we strive to know for the mastery. You come in, you got to learn certain things real quick, real fast. But it's not even about how much knowledge you have as to why you're doing. It's the heart of the giver. We're talking about that, man. If you give me something, right? If I'm in need, let's say I'm in need, yeah, financially, and this brother gives me money, he goes, oh man, like you run me, you just shit with me, I'll fucking take it then. I'm gonna feel bad, because it's like he's making me feel inferior because he's giving it begrudgingly, man. Well, I'll fucking take it, they're like dashing it, you know. But for brothers, you know, oh no, bro, man, I got you, man, you know, you go through hell, whatever. It's the heart of the giver.
Right.
So how much more to the Most High? He created your little ass on earth, and you're giving him attitude. Oh, I'll do the work then, but
I do it hastily.
do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? It's more than doing the work. Yes, it's doing the work, but it's how you do the work. That's why I said in another reincarnation, David, my beloved. Yeah, but do you love the Lord with all your heart? That's a part of the Lord. Love the Lord, your power with all your heart, your soul and your mind. First, you know. So that's what it really gets into, man. Do you love me? All right. If you had to walk barefoot for the sake of the truth, would you do it? If you had to give your last pair of shoes to a brother, would you do it? You know. If a brother had to come and stay in your house, would you open up your home? Right? If you had one rice grain, would you get a knife and split that rice grain in half and here's your half, here's my half? Do you love me? That's what it's really talking about. Then feed my lambs, feed my sheep. This comes first. That's why we read it. You read that precept about the salutations that were going out. You ain't gonna get saluted with salutations coming on to you. You're not doing anything. This has to be number one. You know?
I've got a precept for you. And just to add to what you're saying as well, when the Lord asked Peter 3 times, I'm sure he was probably reminded of himself of the 3 times he denied the Lord prior to that. So he's probably cut by that as well. But this is Luke 9:61. No. Let me start from 59. Luke 9:59. And he said unto another, follow me. But he said, Lord, suffer me to first go and bury my father.
And people got valid excuses too. That's something valid, man. The scriptures speak about honor your father and your mother, that their days may be long upon the earth. A part of honoring your parents is that when the unfortunate day comes, when they do pass away, you have to make sure that they're put to rest in dignity. That's why even the death wish of our forefather Yahweh was fulfilled in ancient Egypt. When you move with my bones. Oh fuck him, he's dead.
Leave him.
No, you have to honor your forefathers. So even our immediate parents, unfortunately, you know, when it happens, that's part of honoring your parents and seeing them go down in a dignified way. You know? Okay? So that's a valid excuse. Okay, I'm down for you, I believe. But you know, I wanna let me just bury my dad. You know? And all of that stuff, man.
Go on. And Yahushua said unto him, let the dead bury their dead.
And that's one thing that you see when you come in the truth. Niggas come with the best excuses. The biggest of promises and the best excuses. Next week, I promise I'll be there. Yeah, you sure?
What time?
What time? You know? And sometimes people are weird. They want to take a number knowing full well they're not going to come. I ain't getting my number. Fuck me, bro. You know? But it's that's what it is, man. You know? He had a valid excuse. Go on.
Yahushua said unto him, let the dead bury their dead.
Where was the condolences? Where was the... See, Yahushua, man, he's an austere man. Where was the condolences? When your dad died? Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that, bro. Let me give you a hug, bro. You know, in funerals, right? You know, family members that died. In funerals, they read them scriptures about, like, you know, we'll be caught up in the air together in a Christian church, you know. You'll see him again soon, my son. Do that stuff, yeah? But then when Yahushua was confronted with someone that did that died, yeah, he wasn't giving them a pep talk, man. you know. The guy, that nigga, was probably thinking the Lord's going to do a Lazarus to his dad, or Jairus' daughter, or your dad died.
Let me come and fix it up.
I've got that, you know. He wasn't doing that, man. He wasn't doing that.
Yahushua slyly said that his dad was a nigga as well.
Yahushua basically said, fuck your dad.
Yeah.
In other words, fuck your dad and come follow me. You know?
Yeah.
And that's you see, one of the best qualities of a leader is that of a man of the Lord in general, is that he's unpredictable, man. You want to be spiritually unpredictable. Yahushua is that kind of guy, right? Kind of man that you couldn't be like relaxed around him. You know, 'cause you don't know if he's going to crack a joke or you don't know if he's going to curse your ass out. And if he curses your ass out, you don't want to get in your feelings, and if he cracks a joke, you don't want to laugh too hard. That's the type of man Yahushua is and was on planet Earth. So he basically said, if the dead bury their dead, though.
Yahushua said unto him, let the dead bury their dead, but go thou and preach the kingdom of the Most High God.
Yeah, man, so fuck it, Dan, let's get this work, bro. Meaning, like, you know, there's other family members who'll get put in a grave, some tomb somewhere. Don't worry about that, man. Come do this. Okay?
And another also said, Lord, I will follow thee, but let me first go and bid them farewell, which are at home at my house.
Yeah.
And Yahushua said unto him,
What that means is you want your family members to give you the go-ahead to be in the truth.
good point.
You know, oh mom, her dad, brother, sister, yeah, I'm into this thing, and don't look at me different. It's still me. You know, it's still me. You know, what I can tell you about that, man. You know, you're not the same anymore. I don't know who you are.
That as well, yeah.
I don't know who you are.
We all get that.
Not lonely, man.
We all
They
get
put
that.
their hands on their head.
That's what they
I
don't
don't know
really
who
do.
you are.
When it clicks in their heads,
You know, all kind of shit, man. You know, your sisters, they're nervous to leave their children around you now.
Bloody hell.
You know, my nieces and nephews, they love me to death. I love them too. You know, but when you go to uncle, you know, if he tells you anything about that Bible, you know, tell mommy, I ain't gonna do that anyway. You know, but that's what they're looking at. I'm alright for now, innit?
Tell me when you're ready.
So he wanted to get the approval of his family. Mom, dad, can I go? Brother, sister, wife, you okay with that? Yes, go in peace, my son. You know, you got men. Well, you got men there that they want to leave camp quickly because their woman's not happy.
Yeah.
You know, they want to go back home.
Yeah.
Start watching the clock.
Yeah.
It's getting late now. Babe's wondering where I'm at. You know, all that shit.
Yeah.
Honey, can I go to the brothers? Bro, you're a dickhead, man. Don't ever let a woman tell you what to do. Mom, or your woman, or your sister, man. He wanted the approval of his family to follow Yahushua. And your family's always going to say no. they're always gonna say no. What? I mean, you have certain members of your family that come around, but initially they're all gonna say no. They're not gonna be into this. Or
And another, this is Luke 9:61, and another also said, Lord, I will follow thee, but
next week.
but
Go on.
let me first go and bid them farewell, which are at home at my house. And Yahushua said unto him, cut straight through the bullshit. No man having put his hand to the plow and looking back is fit for the kingdom of the Most High God.
Yeah, so you got them worldly aspirations, man. You know, yeah, I'm into the truth and that, but you know, I still wanna, you know,
Be a rapper.
yeah, I wanna be a rapper and that. You know, you at the camp, right? And then
Thinking the bars.
you ain't got money, right? Because you paid £300 studio time to end up on GRM Daily. You know, you got to pay to end up on the YouTube site.
Yeah.
And that.
Oh, damn.
Link Up TV, SP TV, all that crap, man. You know, you want to jump on there and then it's not going to work out, man. You got to forsake that. You got to forsake that, man. Oh. Finish.
That's the end of the chapter, yeah.
I got something here. 1 Samuel 2 verse 7. The Lord maketh a man, the Lord maketh a poor and a maketh a... Oh, it's not here. 1 Samuel 2 verse 7. The Lord our power maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and he lifteth up. He raised up the poor out of the dust and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill.
Yeah, that's talking about Israel.
To set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth, the Lord's, and the heart, and he have set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness.
The saints, somebody hold Psalm 121. The Lord will keep the feet of his saints.
For by strength shall no man prevail.
You know, there's no device, there's no plan, no nothing, no military that's going to take out the most elect. Like, you're of the elect, you got unconditional offer of safety. Man. That's just what it is. You know? Like, I remember when I was in school, they wanted you to go uni and shit. You have to get the A-level grade. For certain courses, the A-levels have to be a certain grade. A university for your course may require AAB or ABB or BBB or whatever, you know, and then let's say they require ABB, you get ABC, now you can't come.
Go to clearing front, friend.
Yeah, off the clearing, man. Now you're on the phone to all these unis. Oh, can I come? You know, alright? But then they started introducing something called unconditional offer, where you got accepted into a uni before you even sat your A-level grades. So it doesn't matter what you get, you could fail, but just because of your predicted grade, your ass ends up in uni. That's why you got Rishi Sunak now talking about getting rid of what do you call it? What's the phrasing he used? He wants to get rid of pointless degrees, basically. You can have a degree in fucking taking a shit now. You got degrees in everything. Before, degrees used to be the arts, music, mathematics and the sciences, man.
And
you know,
the arts.
you know, all of that. The arts and sciences was what degrees were based on. Back in the day, even before, I do the history and everything, before my time, like, there was a very small majority of people, a very small minority of people that was going uni.
That's right.
And then, what did my mum tell me? They had something that was below uni. What was it called? No, not college. Nah, they had O-levels. Shit. It's like some other thing. Like, if you weren't smart enough to go uni.
NVQ?
No. Is it Polytechnic? Something like that.
It's like Polytechnic.
Polytechnic.
Polytechnic. Yeah.
Was like if you weren't smart enough to go uni, then you would go Polytechnic. You could go
That word down, poly meaning many.
Many, yeah.
Yeah, technical.
Yeah, because you ain't smart enough to specialise. So
I guess this is before they introduced the general certificate of secondary education as well.
Yeah, this is like, going way back. But that's what they had, man. But then, unconditional is no matter what you get, you're getting in. That's why you got a lot of I mean, Sunak is a dickhead, but he's doing a lot of things that making sense now. They're getting rid of pointless degrees. You know, I got a degree in sociology. What the fuck is that, man?
I think there's even degrees on how
What the fuck is that?
I've read somewhere there's a degree on the study of how the ball bends when David Beckham kicks it.
God,
You know what I'm saying? This is useless shit.
end it like Beckham.
Yeah.
You can share the big one. Them can share the big one.
What you had before? What you had before?
This one, it's fine, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, bend it like Beckham degrees. Come on, man. Wasting your time, man. Wasting your time. You got something?
Yeah, I got something. Mark chapters 10 and 42. 42 says, But Yehoshua called them to him and saith unto them, Ye know that which are counted to rule over the Gentiles, exercise lordship over them, and their great ones exercise authority over them. But so shall it not be among you, but whosoever will be great among you shall be your minister. Yeah, because he was talking about we serve, we come at it to serve. And doing this work, as you say, we don't get tangible, you know. Cash in hand, that we see certain work in cash in hand, be rewarded. But the only thing we do get today, I call it job satisfaction. But you're serving and you ain't getting no tangibles.
Well, you're building up, as Elder Apostle Abraham Lab says, you're building up our spiritual banks. We don't see the reward right now, but there's being loaded in the heaven. Let's get that. You're talking about service. Let's talk about when Yahushua was in the Passover and he washed their feet. That's somewhere. We've got to be observant.
Yeah, because brothers got handled, you know what I mean? And you may look at it and say, oh, we go home, I ain't, well, I don't know about everybody individually, but I know when I go home, I say, give me the strength to do that. Because when I woke up this morning, I don't know what it's going to be like. You don't know what every morning is going to be like. Me, I wake up with my little fingers and stuff, but then throughout the day, something happens and I'm on my feet and I'm getting ready, and the next thing I know, I'm out there. And then I come home, most I brought me back home safely. You know, even when you was younger, maybe your mother was saying to you, say that prayer when you get up, when you leave the yard and when you get home.
That's what I want. You know, you mentioned that. Before we get this one, maybe have to read Psalm 121. We'll read that. We're going to read the Psalm. I find that. I would like to say,
Psalms 121. If someone agrees,
that's one of the Psalms for the Pasuk. It's actually in the service. Yeah, we read that in the Hebrew, in the Passover.
verse 1. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, for whence cometh my help.
Now, what do mountains represent? So when I will lift up my eyes to the hills, it means you will lift up your eyes to the water. And the men of the earth that he set up. I will lift up my eyes to see the hills, from whence cometh, because we saw it open. Yeah, go please. You know, so I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help.
Yep. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He will keepeth thee.
See, he will not suffer thy foot to be moved. You mentioned that earlier. When you're of the elect, Lord willing, you're of that number. There's nothing the devil can do to pluck you out of the hand of Yahweh. Right. So it says, he will not suffer thy foot to be moved. If you're of the elect, you're not going to be in this and then you fall out. The Lord's not going to, because to suffer is like old English to say to allow or to permit. That's why when John didn't want to baptize Yahweh, he felt unworthy. The Lord said, suffer it to be so. You know, allow it to happen for the prophecy's sake. So to suffer something is to allow it to take place. So he will not suffer thy foot to be moved. The Lord will not allow you to come out of the truth if you're of the elect.
He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold,
he won't slumber. Go on.
Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep.
The Lord doesn't slumber nor sleep. We get tired. We got to take breaks. You know. All right. The angels don't get tired. The Lord don't get tired, man. You think the Most High's on his throne yawning and I'm taking that. The Lord don't take naps, man. Okay? He doesn't slumber, nor does he sleep. Okay?
God. The Lord Yahweh is thy keeper, Yahweh is thy shade upon thy left. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor by night.
In the powers of that's in the earth. If you're under scorching sun with no breeze, it becomes oppressive. You know? So any level of heat that's going to be placed upon us, the Lord, we're going to feel it, but the Lord's not going to allow it to burn us out. We're talking about seeds on the sky, that's the seeds on the wayside. You're not going to be seed on the wayside, you're not going to get burned out. This is food.
Verse 7, Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil, he shall preserve thy soul.
We shall preserve you from all evil. Evil is what? What is the word evil?
Bad time.
Bad time. The Lord will preserve us from the bad time. Coming into the bad time. What did it start with? It started with horribly and terribly, speedily and horribly. You know, that bad time's now, man. You got the chip. You know, you got all kind of regulations putting fast and dark.
Verse 8, Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Yeah, read that last verse again.
Verse 8, Yahweh shall preserve thy going out.
Stop there. And that's how we mentioned earlier, because we're talking about the Lord could protect you in your house and out of your house. You know what I mean? You see how powerful that is? That's why you have to fear the Lord, you know, because you could, as he said, as Brother Yerami said, the doorknob could hit you and knock you out. You know what I'm saying?
You got people, Salaki, you got people. That shows you the scriptures. Now let's get it in the precept. When the Lord comes, the issue of death. You got people, you got people here that get hit by cars and they survive.
Yeah.
And then there's stupid deaths like stubbing the toe and your heart gets shocked by that and you fall over and die. There's cases of that. You know, soft cuddly teddy bear, you drop it the wrong way on your head and you die. But you could get hit and stay alive. The Lord is terrible. So as I was saying, man, it's cool to keep the Lord in and out of your house. Don't think you're safe in your house.
No,
I ain't trying to make brothers go home and get paranoid.
No, but it's true, man.
But it's the truth, man.
Your house could burn down with you in it.
You
The
in
blood
it.
socket.
Yeah. It's true, man. It's true. Okay? That's the spirit. That's the spirit he said that. See, everything's spiritual. You know why, yeah? Because I came out, was it? If it wasn't last night, it was the night before. It was maybe Thursday night or Friday, one of them, I can't remember now. Came out of the shower, right? I went back to my room and the water was dripping from my bed. And I leaned over for the cream, right? And a drop fell into the socket. And I turned it off. I said, man, what if I just put it on? Got around it. Yeah. In the house, man. But hey, man, that could be the case, man.
Hey, Slucky, there's another one. Some Instagram model, bitch, whatever. She's in the bathtub taking selfies with the phone, but the phone was plugged into the charger. It slipped out of her hand, fell in the bath, and she got electrocuted and died.
There's a moral to the story. The most I don't like these vain, taking the vanity to the extreme. The most I kill you for that.
Right, Psalm 68 and 20, is that what you want? Right, yeah, this is death. He that is our God is the Most High God of salvation, and unto the Most High God, the Lord, belong the issues from death.
There's a lot of like Latin mottos and sayings in Latin, right? And one of them is, I think it's temperus mordi, something like that. Forget the whole term, but it says, in everything remember death. And it's true, man. That lifestyle of in the world, 5 days, living it. No, in everything, you gotta have the possibility of, this could be my end. That's why the scripture says in your security. Even when you think you're secure in something, no, I can't die, it's not even actually here. I remember the time, it was good, maybe like 7, 8 years ago, maybe even going on 9 years ago, some kid got shot in his bedroom.
Oh, was he playing with a gun?
No. A shot was fired from outside, went through the window, and killed him in the head.
That happens a lot in the ghettos, Chicago, Baltimore. There's a lot of them stories.
that one was England, but over there, that's
Yeah.
runs every day.
Right.
But he got shot in his. Imagine master, he's upstairs. He's upstairs on the PlayStation. Your son's upstairs on the PlayStation, and then you got Damien, you called him from downstairs. Dinner's ready.
My son's no sense of humor.
Damien, I called you. Dinner's ready, love. Damien. If you don't come downstairs, Damien, I'm turning that PlayStation off. She's
That's
still
the most
upstairs.
All angry shit.
Burst the door open. Damien!
The realization hits.
The funny thing is, that bullet had his name on it. That was meant for his ass.
Baby's dead now. And then the controller for this hand.
The menu's paused.
I'm sorry, man. I can't help it, man.
Come.
Hey, that's, hey, you've got the most side ever. Laughing.
I'll mock when you're there coming.
And then you've got the angel. One of the angel that was assigned to make that happen. He goes back to the spirit realm. You know, yes, Lord, I've done it. I made the bullet go through the window. This angel.
Mission accomplished.
The bullet hologram on you. Yeah, that's what happened. Next thing you know, he's the latest spirit knocking on the spirit realm.
Yeah.
He's us. He's going back up there. You don't need about what he did. He's in the heavens speaking evil. How you killed me? You know? Careful because one of the spikes are out.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well done.
Black eyes.
Come.
Yeah.
The man that used to fly kites.
Oh. So they work in a similar manner. Kites and umbrellas.
Huh?
Do they work the same? Kites and umbrellas.
It's the wind. It's all about the wind.
Your eyes gone. Not fair to be played with. Probably retired up because the Lord is fucked like that. Now we talking about
Yeah.
But, you know, the real one. So that's what the Lord does, man. Read that again, Psalm 68. That's what it is.
Yeah. Psalm 68 again. It says at 20, He that is our God is the God of salvation, and unto the Most High God, the Lord, belong the issues from death.
Yeah. So when a person dies, even an animal, man, even an animal is going to fly away from it. Even an animal, what did the Lord say? Not even a sparrow falls to the ground.
Without His sanctuary.
Yeah, without it being sanctioned from the Heavenly Father, man. And a sparrow is a very small bird. But the Most High has to give the go-ahead for that. So how much more bigger and more important is it, man? Everyone goes because the Lord sanctioned it. As the scripture said, to him belongs salvation and cometh the issues of death.
How shall I confirm that when he was talking to Pilate as well? Yeah. You could do nothing against me unless we've given you power, given you power.
It wasn't that at the beginning of Wisdom of Solomon 6 and 1. The Lord gives you that.
Wisdom of Solomon 6 and 1 again. Hear therefore, O ye kings, and understand. Learn ye that the judges of the ends of the earth give ear, ye that rule the people, and glory in the multitude of nations. For power is given you of the Lord, and sovereignty from the highest. Who shall try your works and search up your counsel? Right, I'll get the point again. The point is in verse 3. For power
You know, scoot over half.
Yeah.
Right, Wisdom of Solomon 6 and verse 3 again.
For power is given you of the Lord and sovereignty from the highest, who shall try your works and search out your counsels.
You know that the Most High is behind it.
Our side of the future, that's the He knows that the power is given from above. You know, and even in death, you can't do nothing against it, man. It is what it is, man. Okay, you got something? Unless you finish Psalms 121, right?
Yeah, let's have that.
No, the two more verses.
Psalms 121 again. I'll start from 1. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord Yahweh, which made heaven and earth.
Specific.
Everything comes from the Lord. That's why his name is who exists. Everything is from the Most High. There's nothing that the Lord ever told you. That's why the scriptures, we have a monotheistic belief. We believe that there is one God, one power. Everything goes back to that power. Okay, as simple as that. You know, my help comes from the Lord. My demise comes from the Lord. My increase comes from the Lord. My decrease comes from the Lord. My joy comes from the Lord. My sorrow comes from everything comes from Yahweh. And it's filtered down the ranks, man.
Verse 3. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in.
So now, see, as I said, you know, we're laughing and joking around, stammering lips, right? You know, joking and stuff. However, we do have the assurance that we're going to be protected when we're out and about. The scripture just said it. I will preserve thy going out and thy coming in. So unless it's your time to get got, we believe in faith, we can step outside and do what we got to do, man. Do you know about, I'm scared to go outside? No, go outside, man. The Lord said, I'm going out and coming in. Go on. And it's going to confirm it on the time scale level.
But remember the scripture says here, so like it says, though I walk through the shadow of death, I fear no evil.
You're not meant to be scared of it.
The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even
Forevermore. So until the Lord comes back, we're not going to be in dangerous way. That's not a difference to this. So forevermore is talking of a specific time period. Until the end of the age where we can be off, which is this present world, the Lord is going to be with us forevermore. So we're going to be alright. Okay? That's a heavy, as I said, that's a heavy psalm. One of the psalms that you read in the Passover service. Okay? That's a very heavy psalm, man. You know, to understand, to be conscious of the Most High and his undisputed ability to protect you as an Israelite, namely an elect member, Lord willing. That's nothing to be taken lightly. So whilst we're out here, that's why we have to move a certain way. We can't say, I'm not tempting the Lord. Well, the Lord's got me, so I can, you do something stupid, you get got. Simple as, man. Got some?
Yeah, but some. Isaiah 30:20 says that, and though the Lord give ye the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet shall not thy teachers be removed unto a corner anymore, but thine ears shall see thy teachers. Eyes.
I shall see your teachers, man. That's why, we got the internet, the unicorns of the heavy lifting. We've seen the apostles, man. There's even videos. You got certain brothers, they're ancient scribes coming back, man. They can go on certain brothers' pages. They got videos. I sent one in the chat the other day. Brother got a clip, a hold of a clip of I.P. and some other top brothers in Israel. I don't know if you brothers saw that. I'll put it in the chat. If I find it again, if I've got to say something, I'll put it in again. When he went to Israel, man, he was on a tour. They were diving in River Jordan, man. High Priest Ariana, a couple other top brothers. I
Put it in the chat, man.
I put it in the chat a couple of months
Oh,
ago.
come.
Many brothers didn't see it, but
I thought even like this week or something.
no, I put about a good 2 months ago. And I must have missed that. I'll find a clip and I'll put it in there. If you don't remember something, High Priest Ariana Israel. You got certain brothers, they can just find stuff. You got audio clips of Rabbi Albert Bivens, man. How about that? You got brothers, you've heard the voice of Prophet Elijah. He said people know, I don't know. Okay.
I'm about to say something real quick.
Sure.
On that,
Don't believe it then. Don't believe it. And then when you get nuked, then play the audio again. You ask it.
New Testament, it's a long story, but I'll give you the shortened version. First, before I was in GMS, first time I heard the voice of Rabbi Bivens was when I was in the medical. That's where I encountered it. There was a guy in there, because I knew about Bible, but I didn't know about GMS. I was speaking to some of Jake in there. He goes, yeah, I've been listening to this. He pulled out his phone, played the audio clip, and there's that black and white picture of Rabbi Bivens, and he was speaking. That's the first time I heard about that. I heard about any of this. Then it was like,
That voice was on time for you, innit?
You just walk past him
When you said Rabbi Albert Bivens was there, and I watched you went like that. You kind of shook up. That's the point, man. Someone was reading something.
No, because I just speaking it. Yes, I'll read it again because I'll read it again. Yeah. Isaiah chapter 20. Yeah, because you mentioned that voice was behind you right there, man. Isaiah chapters 30 and 20 again. And though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the waters of affliction, yet shall not thy teachers be removed unto the Akana any more, but thine eyes shall see thy teachers.
That's the point I was making. Our eyes are their teachers. So you got videos, man. You got brothers that wanna, and we've even had that. They wanna come down in the flesh and chill. And it's like, bro, what you see online, you're gonna see in the flesh. That starstruck thing, that ain't spiritual. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a flip side to everything. It's always better being in person, and you're gonna feel the type of way when you're around great men. Because they are cool like that, you know. So even you brothers, I don't take it lightly being around you brothers, man.
When I went to Central,
You start, you know.
the second time around, I kind of knew a little bit better, and my conduct was a little bit better. But before the first time, I was like, that little bit of what you just said there was on me, you know.
You know, calm down, man. You know, but you are gonna get like that, and it's even right. In a way, it's right to feel like that. Yeah, the fear of the Lord. You go around certain men, you know, like you're being watched. You know, am I standing correct? Yeah. Kind of stuff. That's the man of the Lord effect. But your eyes shall see your teachers. So basically, that's talking about the internet. We see the teachers. They're not removed into a corner anymore. Man. Finish that out.
Yeah, 21 or 30, Isaiah 30. And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee saying, this is the way, walk ye in it, when ye turn to the right hand and when ye turn to the left.
Yeah, so you've got to be decided, tunnel vision on this truth. That's why we read it. Go back to the account of the guy that said, I'll bury my father. Yep, and all of that, man. You know? Okay. Brothers can pull the account of words. Who was it that Paul was pissed off with? Because he weren't really diligent. He said, nah, you can't come in and make some swerves in there. I always had it for you've got to sit out this time. What are you fucking about, bro? Who was that? It was Barnabas. It was Barnabas and Silas. There was some guy who was Barnabas willing to bring him. He's like, no, out.
Right, so this is back in Luke 9:59. And he said unto another, follow me. But he says, Lord, suffer me first to go and bury my father. And Yahushua said unto him, let the dead bury their dead, but go thou and preach the kingdom of
of the Most High God.
That's Matthew 28 and 18. Yeah, let's get that. You're not going to come up there with these conditions if you don't really believe it. There's no paycheck, man. You know? But you know what? We're adding to our spiritual bank account.
Yeah.
But, you know, in the flesh, you know, we're going to just go back home and continue as usual, man. But we're out here because we believe, man. You know, and before you get that, let's get Habakkuk 2 and 4. Oh Lord, I heard thy speech and was afraid.
3 and 2.
3 and 2, the word.
You know what's funny then? If we weren't really convinced in what we're doing, we might be like the fucking Edomites in Central on a Friday night.
Yeah.
We finish the work, yeah, let's get down the pub. Yeah, get a few white pears in. You know what I'm saying?
And that's why the elders said everyone can drink. Because these guys get the idea that every week you're just going to have a drink. I did the work now.
It's a social thing,
It's
yeah.
social, bro. You know? Find that out.
Oh, Habakkuk what? 3 and 2?
3 and 2.
3 and 2. Let me start from 1 a minute. Habakkuk 3 and 1. A prayer of Habakkuk, the prophet upon Shigonon. O Lord, I have heard thy speech and was afraid.
If you hear the Bible and it don't install fear in you, something's up, man. Something's up. Like people that like a lot of these Muslim pages, Islamic pages on Instagram and stuff, they'll play like the Quran. I've seen the people social experiment, like the and Jack. How does the sound make you feel? It's melodious, isn't it? You know, what kind of crap, man? I need to go come for that word. You know, what kind of crap, right? And they'll be like, that's and they'll be like, that's melodious. Just like tranquility. You know? Well, other people here, like, all that crap, and it makes them feel good. But then the prophet said, I heard the word of the Lord and got afraid, man. You see, you read certain Bible, we ain't gonna do that. But if we were into the social experiment thing, we'd read scriptures like Wisdom of Solomon 6:1, talking about horribly and swiftly. How does that make you feel? They're not gonna say it makes me feel tranquil and at peace. You're gonna be afraid when you heard the Bible, man. So Habakkuk's response or reaction to the Bible was very on point, man. Oh Lord, I heard thy speech and was afraid, man. The Bible kicks you into fucking gear, man. And if it don't, it ain't good for you. Just put it. That's the point. You know? Yes, we love the Lord, but we're motivated by fear, man.
Yeah.
Fear, the fear of the Lord. You can get that in Proverbs 1. Talks about the fear and seeking wisdom and knowledge and understanding. You see, he's all over the place, but it's all kind of tying in. The fear of the Lord, man. You hear the Bible, it's meant to make, oh shit.
Yeah.
You know? Because we all got cut when we first heard the scriptures. Yeah. The Bible's meant to cut you, man. I'm living wrong, though.
Yeah.
I've got to fix up and fix up fast. Otherwise, horribly and swiftly. As the Bible said, man.
Really quickly, if I may, because you're talking about how people felt like they felt sort of tranquil when they heard the melodic Quran surahs or whatever. God, yeah, that's a little bit too close to the truth, man. Right, so this is Hebrews 4 and 12. Just the difference between the Bible and the Quran. It says, for the word of God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword.
They got a place in my area on Fridays, that's their mosque, right? They start playing it out loud in the street. So I'm going past in traffic. Like, I kind of learned that shit unwillingly. You're sitting there, they blocked off the whole area because they were walking around and driving. Friday in Enfield, it was there.
Yeah, because they were blocking the
They're
road.
listening to that shit. For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
You go to East London, they've got a big mosque in East London. they play the dance in the speakers. You be down the road going back into that countryside, you can hear them still. You know, you can still hear them.
Yeah.
You know? No kind of crap, man. Go on.
Right, Hebrews 4:12 again. For the word of the Most High God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit.
Soul and spirit, man. Oh Lord, I heard thy speak and was afraid. The word is meant to cut us, man. Okay? Meant to cut you. You just hear the Bible, you know, and it's some Jake is so bad, yeah. You break it down for them, so brother, look, there's gonna be midnight, and like basically, if you don't get them trapped, you're gonna die. And the people smiling in your face. Like, that's stupid.
Yeah.
You're God. You're God. If I tell you, if you don't get right according to God's word, you're gonna die and you're still smiling at me. Right? You're God in the head, man. You're meant to be cut by it. Go on.
That's a man who can't discern time and judgment.
Time and judgment. Measure the time. You with it?
Right, so it says, and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and the intents of the heart.
The Bible, you can't hide your agendas. Like we were speaking about earlier. Secretly, you want to be a rapper. But then you're going to put on a garment of Saturday and come into the camp. I'm an actor. I'm an actor, bro. I'm an actor. Yeah, well, the Bible's going to discern your spirit. Yeah, he ain't fully down with it. He's into the world. You can't love the world. Let's do that. I am from above, we are from beneath. You see, the reason, Lord, and we say this humbly, Lord willing, we endure to the end. We're of the elect. Right now, the hope the elect, right? But Lord willing, we endure to the end is because we were always from above. We was never of this world, man. But you never fit in, you know, things weren't working out, and ultimately, the Lord exposed you to the truth when you was meant to come into the truth, man. Alright? Yep. But that's the reason why the world don't work out for you, because you was never a part of it in the first place. When you thought you was of the world, trying to make it in the world, the Lord was like, like 2 years from now, I'm going to make him a prophet. Well, he was always a prophet, but I'm going to make him come into his office.
Like the proof of the Lord is a perfect balance, because he made us all. Yeah. We all started off being like a, you know, doing the wrong thing. So we understand, we could just see between the good and the evil. You see what I'm saying? It's all a part of the Lord.
John 8 and verse 23 says, and he said unto them, ye are from beneath, I am from above. You are of the world, I am not of the world.
Yeah, we can read it. Start again and read again.
Right, John 8 and 23 again. And he said unto them, ye are from beneath, I am from above. Ye are of this world, I am not of this world.
Yeah, and Yahweh Shai's own are like unto him. So we're from above, man. You know, like unto Yahweh Shai, man. Okay, because we was always with the Lord. Okay, that's Genesis, the first chapter, man. The Alahayim. We was always with the Lord, man. Okay.
That's also in Matthew 24 and 20. I didn't even read it. Matthew 24:18. And Yahushua came and spake unto them, saying, all power is given unto me in heaven and in earth. Go ye therefore and teach all nations.
All power was given to him. That's another side of the picture, right? You tell him, listen, man, our Lord, the Heavenly Father, gave him all power. You're an idiot. He's telling you that he's been given all power, man. You're not going to listen to a guy like that? He's got all power, bro. Bye. Yeah. Bro, he's got all power, man. Listen to, that's what I said. When you read the Bible, read it slow. Because when you're slow with the words and you digest it, alright, then they start to flip. Alright? Don't be that Bible start. I read it, done it. I read the whole Bible in 2 days. I guarantee you didn't understand it. Because you've got avid readers out there. Edomites are into that shit. Yeah, I finished the book with 56 chapters and 3,000 pages in like a day. Yeah. They do that. So there's Edomites out there, or even Jake, anyone. if you really dedicated to yourself and you did nothing, you could finish the Bible cover to cover relatively quickly. But did you understand it? That's the real question, man. So read it slow. He said all power. I'm scared of a guy that's got all power.
Right.
So you can fuck me up, you're the make or break of me. You can decide to have mercy on me and I'm in your good graces, or you can decide to kill me, man. Because you got, guess what? All power.
And that is proof to say that they never understood the book, because if they read the book from back to back, right, they would have seen the fear of the Lord. They
They would have seen it.
would have seen the fear of the Lord and be persuaded.
Persuaded, man. Let's finish on that all power scripture.
Yep, it says, when Hawashai came and spake unto them, saying, all power is given unto me in heaven and in earth. Go ye therefore and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you, and lo, I am with you always.
You know, the teaching of the gospel to all nations, you got Jake in all nations. You got Jake stood up. When I say Jake, you say you got Israelites in all nations. And that's why we got to go to all nations. Okay? And preaching the kingdom of heaven being at hand. Okay? But as I said, the Lord clearly said he's got all power, man. You know? In fact, since we said that, read John 1:1.
Yep. John 1 verse 1.
Yeah, a man like the Hawashai, you want to be cautious of him, man. You want to be scared of him, bro. You want to be too familiar with the Lord, you know. That's like Jesus.
Yeah, they're the fair Jesus, that's why they think, oh, it's just a
Jesus.
guy.
Yeah,
John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with power, and the Word was a power.
so in the beginning, the Word was with the Word, the expressed will of the Father is his right hand to his Son. Okay? So the Word is Yahushua. The Word is Yahushua, man. And the Word was with the Most High, man.
The same was in the beginning with the Most High. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made.
Yeah, so from there, you got to go to Genesis 1 to talk about the Lord and him being a power from the very beginning. With the elect. That's what I said. Because Yahweh is from above, Lord willing we're of the elect. We're from above. So you can't work in this world. You can't work in this world if you're of the elect. It's not going to work out for you. Okay? The downside of being an elect member is you're going to have a shit time in this world.
Yeah.
Right? That's the, you know, reviews, negatives, right?
You're not gonna have a joy in time.
You know? So what, brother? You know when you go on them, you want to buy something online and you check the reviews. Choose would not recommend. A brilliant product, but the only downside is this and that. You know? But the only downside to the truth, and it's not even a downside, but if you want to put it like that, the only so-called downside to the truth is that you're going to have a not so nice time in the world. But so what? We were from before the world. Go on, brother.
Genesis 1:1.
Oh, that's a stick.
What happened?
My fault.
Overextended. Right, Genesis 1:1. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, the Elohim created the heavens and the earth.
In the Hebrew, Elohim is the powers, man. Allah means power, God will judge according to the context, and Yam makes the word plural. So Elohim is the powers, man.
No.
So it's Yahweh Shai leading the top angels, man.
And verse 2 says that, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the spirit of the Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And the Elohim said,
And the waters is what? The particles, man.
or the elements,
The elements, man. In an unarranged order.
and the Elohim said, let there be light, and there was light. And the Elohim saw that the light, and that it was good. And
So that's the point. The Elohim is Yahweh Shai leading the angels, which is the elect.
Right.
Okay? So from the very beginning, we were all together, man. moving over the face of the deep, man. Right? Because you got the planets and you got the the stars and stuff. People don't even know about that. You got Esau talking about the moon and the sun, the eagles landing and all that crap. They don't even understand what it really looks like out there in outer space because they've never been there.
Exactly.
They never fucking been there.
There's Edomites selected, and just tell me what you said. There's Edomites who, I saw a live stream this week, so I was sitting in his room doing a live stream, and he had photographs of the moon landing on the wall in his house, and they were blown up. Like, you know, you've got their pictures of them standing there. And I'm thinking, you fucking idiot, man. You talk about engineering or something. I thought, you fucking idiot, man. You've got the fucking Hollywood production video, pictures up in your house, as if you guys actually went to the moon. But the scriptures say that the moon is a light source. It's not a dusty rock. It's actually a source of light.
Well, when you step outside of the Earth's atmosphere, you're surrounded like it's like a ball within a ball. You've got the Earth, and then around the Earth you've got another ball of light, because the Earth gives its own light, and then half of that is bright. That's why you have daytime, and the other half of the Earth is dark, because the other half of the extended ball around it is light, but a dimmer light.
Yeah.
You know, even nighttime is light. It's just dimmed down light. You get light from the sun. You don't get light from the sun. But still light. The light of the Earth comes from the element of the Earth around it, that light source, man.
And the sun doesn't even come around.
The sun ain't come around. So how's it light outside?
Yeah.
Well, you got clouds blocking the sun. It's still light outside.
Because it can be as light as this in the morning, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning.
And there's no sun yet. You know? But then his ass went out there in a spaceship. So you need to tell me you're traveling through light, like brilliant light. Yeah. That, man. Then I put the video on the chat again. There was a green screen. And they were bouncing around. It's some fucking video.
Man.
You know they even did a
Idiots, man. That's the point. If your house shines from above, then guess what?
You found the truth out there.
It's as simple as that. Okay? Now let's get that one where it speaks about then we shall be caught up with the Lord in the air, in Revelation 21. Because that's something to look forward to in the truth as well. Being reunited with Yahweh Shai in our perfected bodies. Right? Okay? We're not going to have to be away from the Lord. Now, the Lord is with us in spirit. Lo, I am with you until the end of the world, or the end of the age. That's in spirit. But actually being together, man, like we said, when you're in the presence of men, like of the Lord, obviously, it's different. It's different than a computer screen or whatever, man. So we're going to be with the Lord, man. You know, they want to dim you down. They don't want you to shine. They want to tell you where you can and can't go. Man, we're going to be with Yahweh Shai, man.
You know what it is? This is because the brother brought out the power, the most high, which means the power, which obviously is above us and above everything we create. So I want to get into these different provinces and empires that were once, very great indeed. Economically, that whole matter of different nations, putting in that work. All right, whatever nation that was superior at the time. And eventually, at the height of all of these kingdoms, the Lord wound up bringing them down. All right? So, the thing of it is, we are, like as the brother mentioned, we're going to unite with the Lord, but we're still already connected to Him. Just not, physically. We're spiritually connected to Him, but when we're changed, we're going to be physically connected to Him. So this is why the Lord gave us this knowledge, which is the secrets. All right, of the times and as well as the times that was before us. So I want you to give me the book of, someone give me Ezekiel, 26.
Which verse?
Yeah, you can start with verse 1.
Ezekiel 26, starting at verse 1. And it came to pass in the 11th year, and in the first day of the month, that the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, Son of man, because that Tyrus have said against Jerusalem, Aha, she is broken, that was the gates of the people, she is ruined she is turned unto me, I shall be replenished, now she is laid waste.
And the thing with Tyrus was just, just to mention a few things, and then we're going to read the whole thing and go into it. Tyrus was a thriving area.
okay, which I believe Tyrus is in Lebanon right now. But Tyrus was a very thriving area, and when we go into Ezekiel 27, it's going to explain how the people that actually ruled in that area had other nations put in that work. Ezekiel 27. All right, but we're going to go into how this is a thriving city specifically to the best of my ability. Okay. Let's get to that.
Verse 3, therefore saith the Lord God, behold, I am against thee, O Tyrus, and will cause many nations, forgive me, to come up against thee.
Slow it down, brother, a little bit.
Therefore saith the Lord God, behold, I am against thee, O Tyrus, and I will cause many nations to come up against thee, as the sea causeth waves to come up. And they shall destroy the walls of Tyrus, and break down her towers.
Yeah, so this is Ezekiel prophesying against a great promise. One man. It only took one man to prophesy against that one city. And it was really the Lord giving him the words to tell the people of Tyrus, or the king of Tyrus at the time, that these things are going to happen. So as you read on into the story, you're going to go into it. What you're going to find out is that it actually happened. And there's certain things, so we're going to get into Ezekiel 27. That's actually happening right now. All right, because Ezekiel spoke about how Tyrus, which is, in southern Lebanon, Ezekiel said that area is going to basically be nothing more than a fish net. And if you go and do your research right now, that's exactly what it is, even yet to this very day. Okay? So these words are what? True. Because these are what? As I just mentioned 2 weeks ago when we was in the other place, these are all prophecies, which really the prophecies are nothing more than the counsels of the Lord. His purposes, which is manifested here on this earth. Go on.
Verse 3. No, I've already read that one. Verse 4. And they shall destroy the walls of Tyrus and break down her towers. And I will also scrape her dust from off her and make her like the top of a rock.
Go on.
It shall be a place for the spreading of nets.
Right, that's it right there. It shall be a place, also is in Ezekiel 26. So it shall be a place of the spreading of nets. So there's an article that I sent to you. If you could pull that out, Bubba, for sure. Because it was probably back then, or a little afterwards, the time when Nebuchadnezzar took over that area, and as well as it's yet to this very moment in time. Yeah, that's what I wanted, because you got all kind of articles and showing you that, Tyre is basically a fishing area. Yeah, so you can read whatever you want to read. Bro.
This is the This is the IUCN, and it says fisheries sector in Tyre, Lebanon. Rapid market opportunity and value chain analysis for fisheries sector in Tyre, Lebanon. Infographic. Marine protected areas, MPAs, and it says may be important for protecting the marine environment, but they also have substantial and social cultural impact about which very little was currently known or acknowledged in Tyre. It is the case of most of the MPAs in the Mediterranean. Few data are available on the socio-economic consequences of MPAs.
And that's pretty much all they need. That's pretty much the point. There's nothing more than a fishing game. But this was a thriving city. Just like how Capernaum went down to hell. What does that mean? Meaning that it went down to nothing. Capernaum was a thriving city, and the Lord prophesied against it. And what happened? It came down. So the thing of it is, it doesn't matter how powerful, how great you are, how much in the height of your power you are. If the Lord wants you to go down, if the Lord sends the prophets and declares to you a word from him, then that's going to be the word. And if the word is that you're going to go down, and that's what it is. So now what we can also do, okay, brother, give me the book of Ezekiel, because you was bringing up, not Ezekiel, Jeremiah 28 and 8. And there's a point that he was bringing about too, on how the Lord pretty much, damn, it left my head, man. It left my head. But the point is that what the brother is saying is that the power is above all powers. All right? It'll come back to me.
8 is about the power being given to our side. And that the enemy could have no power against them unless the Most High sanctions them.
That's the I mean, I can land back on that because that's the topic. But yeah, that's just the point. All power is of the Father. So it don't really matter. It could just be one. The Lord could set up one guy, like this brother here. You know, he's young. You know, he's a very young brother. You know, looks you know, insignificant because of his youth and everything. The Lord can send him and towards a great city. What I mean by insignificant, bro, I don't mean that, you know, but you understand what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying, right? But I'm just saying, like, the Lord can send a brother that's you know, in an outward appearance that's like young and
like King David. King David was
there you go.
a mere stripling. You know, what they call it, ruddy, as meaning young.
Yeah.
So he wasn't according to their standard, or he was out of the box. Because Yahweh he does things out of the box. But he's also omnipotent, so he can do anything how he wants it to be done. But it's mainly to show his power.
Yeah,
like Moses, isn't it, as well?
That too. So that's just the thing. So if the men of the Lord are here to tell you something, then that means the Lord is about to do something. So you can read that, man. Come forward as well.
The book of Ezekiel 28 and 8. They shall bring me down to the pit, and thou shalt die the death of them that are slain in the midst of the sea. Wilt thou yet say before him that slayeth thee, I am God? For thou shalt be a man and no power in the hand of him that slayeth thee.
Read it again.
Ezekiel 28 and 8. They shall bring thee down to the pit, and thou shalt die the death of them that are slain in the midst of the seas. Wilt thou yet say before him that slayeth thee, I am a power?
Right, but can't say you were power. The power ordained you to be slain, the nigga, you gonna be slain. You can't go against that power. If he sanctions you to be slain, go on, my brother.
But thou shalt be a man and no power in the hand of him that slayeth thee.
Right, and thou shalt be a man with no power. Why? Because all men are in this current form is a mere mortal. So a mere mortal can't rise up against a power which is multi-dimensional. That's not going to work. He's going to be slain. He's going to be put out. And so is this devil that we're under right now. These Amalekites. Right now, they're ruling the earth. Right now, they can call the shots however they want it. You know, they can basically go to their, you know, their councilmen and change laws and everything for their liking. They have all of that power. Then they got their politicians and as well as their banking elite. All right, to change the world, you know, to bring forth trends and all of that. Look, they ain't powerful enough to withstand what the powers that he in his spiritual realm is going to bring to them. And that's what's backing us. Go on, brother.
1 Samuel 16, and I'll start with 6. He said, and it came to pass when they came that they looked upon Elib, and you're going to see what I'm coming from when I carry on reading. Elib and said, surely the Lord anointed it before him. But the Lord said unto Samuel, look not on his countenance or on the height of his statue, because I have refused him. For the Lord seeth not as man seeth, for man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh unto the heart.
Yeah, so there you go. April, you want to break it down for
2 more verses. And he sent and brought him now, and he brought him. I've jumped down to 12 of 1 Samuel 16. Brought him, now he was a ruddy and withal of a beautiful countenance and goodly to look to. And the Lord said, arise, anoint him, for this is he.
Yeah, that's David, isn't it?
That's David. Last one. Then Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the midst of his brethren, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon David from that day forward. So Samuel rose up and went to Ramnah.
Yeah, because the thing with Saul was told to destroy all of those Amalekites, and as well as destroy all of the cattle, the sheep and oxen, and he didn't do it. And as well as what he also did, he saved Agag. That wasn't the deal. The deal was to eliminate all of those people. He didn't do that.
Yeah.
So what happened was Samuel got so pissed off that he ripped his mantle, which really that was even that was even symbolic, which it tells you when you go and read it. It says that the kingdom of heaven, not the kingdom of heaven, but the kingdom of Saul was ripped from him. that was symbolic of it. All right. So that's why David was what? Chosen to be the king, which it was preordained anyway. It was already set up.
Last one, just to add to your point, this is the last one, of now in 1 Samuel 16 and 18 it says, then answered one of the servants and said, behold, I have seen a son of Jesse, the Bethlehemite, that is cunning in playing and mighty valiant man, a man of war and prudent in matters and comely person.
Brothers in the spot.
Comely person, and the Lord is with him.
What is a Bethlehemite?
This is like that was born in Bethlehem.
There you go, brother. Right. It's just that simple.
But some guys take it to extremes like, oh, well, how can he be an Israelite if he's called a Bethlehemite?
Exactly.
So you use him as an example, right? Now, if the Moses had it that he had a spirit of prudence in him, he had a spirit of a mighty man in him, no matter what it looked like, that's what it is. And the Most High knows, you know, and he uses someone who may not be so, as we saw Goliath. You might look at Goliath and say, yeah, I want to mess with him, but sometimes it don't work like that. It's that the Most High, it's the one that the Most High told not to be messed with, and he's the one that slayed Goliath.
That's right.
That's what you saying.
Yeah. So the thing of it is, even with us, we you know, when you look at us in comparisons to Esau, we're very insignificant. I mean, Esau's at the top of the world, man. He's over here. Jake is like at the bottom of the foot of Esau. But yet and still, by the words that we're bringing out, it's causing an effect in the earth. And what it's doing is pulling down the system. So you got a small, minute group of men that have all this power. Shalom, brother. You know? Demonstrating the Lord's power, the Lord's majesty at the end of the day. Because it's not about how man see about you destroy, it's about what the Lord can do. You know? Yeah. Shalom, my brother. So at the end of the day, it don't matter how great men appear to be, what kind of power men got. It's about the power of the Most High that moves things. Okay, yeah, Esau can move things around and all of that, but the Most High can really move things that man can't.
Yeah, hang it up here.
All right. Anyway, that's all I have to say now. Let's go back to Ezekiel 28.
Ezekiel 28 and verse 9. Wilt thou yet say before him that slayeth thee, I am God, for thou shalt be a man, and no power in the hand of him that slayeth thee. Thou shalt die the death of the uncircumcised by the hand of strangers.
Yeah,
I have spoken it.
Yeah, and he was talking to the if I'm correct, he was talking to one of the pharaohs, which his name was in the Greek Atres, but in the Hebrew Afra. Okay? Because you still had Egyptian pharaohs that were ruling at the time. But you're gonna go into all of that anyway. Yeah, so go back and read what where we left off.
It was in Ezekiel 26, yeah?
26, yeah.
So I got to about verse 4. And they shall destroy the walls of Tyrus and break down her towers, and I will also scrape the dust from off her and make her like the top of a rock. It shall be a place for the spreading of nets in the midst of the sea, for I have spoken it, saith the Lord power, and it shall become a spoil to the nations. And her daughters, which are in the field, shall be slain by the sword, and they shall know that I am Yahweh. For thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will bring upon Tyrus Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, a king of kings from the north, with horses and with chariots and with horsemen and companies and much people. And he shall slay with the sword thy daughters in the field, and he shall make a fort against thee, and cast a moat against thee, and lift up the buckler against thee.
Right, and if you look at the map of Babylon, which is modern day Iraq, there's areas surrounding that empire, and it was the areas that Nebuchadnezzar took over. And one of the areas was Tyrus or Tyre. Go on.
So the next verse says, and he shall set engines of war against thy walls,
And with his axes shall he break down thy towers. By reason of the abundance of his horses, their dust shall cover thee. Thy walls shall shake at the noise of the horsemen, and of the wheels of the chariots, when he shall enter into thy gates, as men enter into a city wherein is made a breach.
Yeah, so that's pretty much all we need right there. Because I mean, eventually Babylon took over this little area, Tyrus or Tyre at the time. Now we're going to expound more on how this area was a thriving area, and how much what was going on at the time. Okay, so get me Ezekiel 27. Somebody get me.
I'm there for
Right, Ezekiel 27:1, it says, the word of the Lord came again unto me, saying, now thou son of man, take up a lamentation for Tyrus, and say unto Tyrus, O thou that art situate at the entry of the sea, which art a merchant of the people from many isles. Thus saith the Lord Yahweh, O Tyrus, thou hast said, I am of perfect beauty. Thy borders are in the midst of the seas, thy builders have perfected thy beauty.
Yeah.
They have made all thy ships boards of fir trees of Sinir. They have taken cedars from Lebanon to make masts for thee. Of the oaks of Bashan have they made thine oars. The company of the Asherites have made thy benches of ivory, brought out of the isle of Chittim. Fine linen with broidered work from Egypt was that which thou spreadest forth to be thy sail. Blue and purple from the isle of Elishah was that which covered thee. The inhabitants of Zidon and Arvad were thy mariners. Thy wise men, O Tyrus, that were in thee were thy pilots. The ancients of Gebal and the wise men thereof were in thee thy culprits. All the ships of the sea with their mariners were in thee to occupy thy merchandise. They of Persia and of Lud and of Foot were in thine army, thy men of war.
Had everything.
They hang the shield and helmet in thee, they set forth thy comeliness. The men of Arvad,
which is another group of people that descends from Ham. You can't go to Genesis chapter 10 and read about the sons of Ham. Go on.
The men of Arvad with thine army were upon thy walls round about, and thy gammadims were in thy towers. They hang their shields upon thy walls round about. They have made thy beauty perfect.
Yeah. So all of them nations were there to put in that work to influence the economy of this area called Tyrus. All right. A lot was going on, man. You had different various nations doing a particular thing. It's like what's happening right now. Like, yeah. So like I was saying, there was so much going on in that little area called Tyrus, man. How they had different various nations doing different things and all of that. Enriching the place. And as we fast forward to now, we just went into it. There's nothing more than enriching, man. Okay? And the reason why I want to repeat myself in saying that, because it's just to convey the point that, as I've said and I'll say it again, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how good you're looking out here. It doesn't matter how strong you look and how mighty you are. The reason why nations come out of being poor and excel because of the word of the Lord. Like it is also written in the book of Psalms that what is it? Promotion coming not from the east to the west, nor from the south, but promotion coming from the Lord. All right? Go on.
Verse 12, Ezekiel 27:12. Tarshish was thy merchant by reason of the multitude of all kind of riches. Silver, iron, tin, and lead they traded in thy fairs. Javan, Tubal, and Meshech.
Which are those Japhites?
They were thy merchants. They traded the persons of men and vessels of brass in thy markets. They of the house of Togarmah traded in thy fairs with horses and horsemen and mules. The men of Dedan were thy merchants. Many isles were the merchandise of thine hands. They brought thee for a present horns of ivory and ebony. Syria was thy merchant by reason of the multitude of the wares of thy making. They occupied in thy fairs with the emeralds, purple embroidered work, and
But we know
fine
what an emerald is. It's one of those precious stones, which is green. Go on.
purple embroidered work and fine linen and coral and agates.
And where did they get the fine linen from? Egypt. And if you want to get, even right now, if you want to get fine linen, you go get it from Egypt. Yeah. Go on.
Judah and the land of Israel, they were thy merchants. They traded in thy market wheat of minute and panag and honey and oil and balm. Damascus was thy merchant in the multitude of the wares of thy making, with the multitude of all riches, in the wine of Helbon and white wool. Dan also and Javan, going to and fro occupied in thy fairs, bright iron, cassia and calamus were in thy market. The Dan was thy merchant in precious clothes to carry. Arabia and
all of that, man. Go on.
Arabia and all the princes of Kedar, they occupied with thee in lambs and rams and goats. In these were they thy merchants. The merchants of Sheba and Ramah, they were thy merchants. They occupied in thy fairs with the chief of all spices and with all precious stones and gold.
And he had a thriving economy.
Haran and Canaan and Eden, the merchants of Sheba, Ashur and Chilmad were thy merchants. These were thy merchants in all sorts of things, in blue clothes, embroidered work, and in chests of rich apparel, bound with cords and made of cedar among thy merchandise. The ships of Tarshish did sing of thee in thy markets, and thou wast replenished and made very glorious in the midst of the seas.
Right, go on.
Thy rowers have brought thee into great waters. The east wind have broken thee in the midst of the seas.
Right, which the east wind symbolizes destruction. Go on.
Thy riches and thy fairs, thy merchandise, thy mariners, and thy pilots, thy caulkers, and the occupiers of thy merchandise, and all thy men of war that are in thee, and in all thy company in the midst shall fall into the midst of the seas in the day of thy ruin.
Right.
The suburbs shall shake at the sound of the cry of thy pilots. The hands of the war, the mariners and all the pilots of the sea shall come down from their ships. They shall stand upon the land.
Yeah. And that's a terrible thing to hear, man. I mean, here it is, man. Like, you run a particular area, or you're doing well under a particular individual, which is the power of that area, and just to hear a man of the law say something like that, that's scary. Because now the life that those people had at the time of getting rich, so to speak, was going to be put out. They were comfortable, man. They had the rug under their foot. So the prophets are here to tell, as they've always done. If you can, brother, get the Jeremiah. Somebody hit that right there. So we're telling you basically that the rug which is under your feet for comfort is going to be basically yanked from the foot. You ain't going to have nothing. And this is really a message for the so-called right. More in particular, these Amalekites.
This is it, you ready?
Go on.
Jeremiah chapter 28 verse 8 says, the prophets that have been before me and before thee of old prophesied both against many countries and against great kingdoms of war and of evil and of pestilence. The prophets,
go on.
The prophets that which prophesy for peace, when the words of that prophet shall come to pass, Then shall the prophet be known that
Yeah.
Yahweh hath truly
And
sent
you know
me.
what too? It's looking more like the Lord have sent us because there's a man. I'm telling you, there's a lot of talk about the CBDC situation, and there's a lot of talk about the how it's going to be an implantable device and what have you. So it's all leading towards what we've been saying. Great Nelson to be exact. Okay. So what we're prophesying about, as we've always been doing, as well as our ancestors have been doing, has been prophesying about ills which is to come. And it's the same thing that's happening in this society. So people may walk past, like the last time it was him, people was laughing at us. I can tell that people was mocking us. And that's always been the case, man. Ever since we've been on these streets, we've been mocked at and stopped. And guess what? Where's all of the plethora of mockers and scoffers now? Where they at? Back in 2013, 2012, 11, they were all in the midst of the common cause and everything. Talking all kind of shit. Right. Shenanigans too. Nowhere to be found. Why? Because they see the writing on the wall. Which that term goes back to
That's, yeah.
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Take care of it.
Your days are numbered.
Your days are numbered. Yeah.
Preacher.
Go on, man.
Numbers 24 and 17. And shall see him, but
That's all right.
yeah.
Yeah.
We'll start from 16. Said, he hath said, which heard the words of Yahweh, and know the knowledge of the Most High, which saw the vision of the Almighty, falling unto a trance, but having his eyes open. So this is from Numbers 24,
Yeah, that's
16.
That's someone correct me if I'm wrong. That's talking about Balaam.
Yeah.
That's it right there. Yeah, so the thing of it is, even Balaam saw it. So can another nation be a prophet? Of course. That's a case of that. All right. So the thing with Balak, the Moabite king, if I'm correct, he told Balaam to basically put a curse on Israel. And then Balaam said, look, why, what's the point of me? Why would I want to put a curse on the people that's already blessed? As a matter of fact, what he said is that he'd rather die the death of an Israelite to reap the rewards of the Israelites, because he saw it. That's why it says that his eyes were open. All right? So another thing too I want to hop on as well, like you have many kings of Israel that the prophets encountered and told them what the deal was. That look, such and such is going to happen to you, right? And eventually it happened. And these were great kings of Israel. One of them being the king called Ahab. That's the first one that comes to mind. He was told by Micah the prophet, if I'm correct, Micah the prophet, that look, you're not going to win this fight. You're going to lose the fight. And sure, hell, as well as he did, that's what happened. Okay, so it's the same thing that we're doing right now. Once again, as I'm going to say, we're telling these devils, these Edomites, the deal that look, it's up. Okay, the time right now is for you to basically win for a particular moment of time, and eventually you're gonna wind up losing, and we're gonna overstep you. That's the prophecy. And we're not telling you this because we don't like you per se, which we don't like you because of the hard bondage we were made to serve in the society and all of the hell that we had to go through in the society. Because let's just say if Esau treated us well, and the Lord woke us up to the truth, we would still have to tell them from the word of the Lord, regardless of what. Like look at what happened to Daniel. Nebuchadnezzar was going to establish Daniel as one of the heads of his kingdom because he brought forth the interpretation. But guess what? Daniel still told him to be. Yeah. Daniel didn't get something up and say, well, Nebuchadnezzar gave me a position, which at the time his name was Belshazzar. We're going to get into all of that. He still told him the straight skin. Yeah. All right? Because it is what it is. We fear the Lord. We don't really fear what man has to say. We fear the Lord. Go on, brother.
Yeah, 17. And shall see him. Yeah. And shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel.
Which that star and that scepter of Jacob is Yahweh Shah. Go on.
And shall smite the corner of Moab, and destroy all the children of Seth.
And it tells you that too, and I believe it's somewhere in the Old Testament it talks about that, how the Lord is going to invade Moab as an eagle. Some people say that it's with the Zebra 549. I tell you what, if you can't remember, you can find that up at the top. It talks about that because you think that it's just Esau that's going to get a visit. No, Moab's going to get a visit too from the Lord. Already when the Lord comes back, it says that all eyes shall see him. So all of the nations are going to get a visit from the Lord. Not the visit that you're thinking about, but the visit that we're talking about. All right? Because when the Lord comes back, he's coming to clean house. Yeah. Going on.
18 of number 24. And Edom shall be a possession. Possession. Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies. Seir, should say Seir. Yeah. Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies, and Israel shall be valiantly.
Right, which is the enemy of Esau. So we're going to possess Esau. It says that they that have oppressed you, it says that in the book of Isaiah 14, it says that they that have oppressed you, you will possess them. Something like that. They that have possessed thee, you shall possess. I'm roughly paraphrasing. Going on.
Yeah, and so in 19 now. And out of Jacob shall come that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remaineth of the city.
Right.
Last one. And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter end shall be that he perish forever.
That's it. So Yahweh Shah is going to be the one to take this man down. And that's going to magnify the Father. In the utmost way, that's going to magnify Yahweh. His Father is what is going to magnify Yahweh Shah. And then therefore, guess what? The elect, which has always been connected to these two, they're going to be magnified. And therefore, the children that come out of our loins is going to be magnified to the whole entire nation. Yeah. That's what's preordained. That's the last bus stop. Okay?
A little bit more on our,
yeah, go on.
This is in Isaiah 60, because we mentioned about the latter, and to skip to that rise of a part of Yehoshua, which is called Yehoshua, the scepter, because that was a symbol of his rulership. We also mentioned that in Genesis 49, the scepter shall not depart from Judah. So Isaiah 60 and 1 says, Arise, shine, for thy light to come is come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon thee.
That's talking about now, because the glory of us is this knowledge, which is our life. So when we didn't have this knowledge and this understanding, we were in a shameful estate. We was basically dead without the light. So this is a part of this knowledge is our glory, not a part of our glory, it's our glory. Because this knowledge is going to lead to our salvation. It's going to lead to that change, where we're going to have everlasting life, the change of bodies. And we're going to be back to being God's again, like the brother was going into, about the Alahayim. Who's that talking about us? Like it tells you in Peter, he says that the Lord have not spared those of their first estate. So we're going to transition back to our first estate again. Go on, brother.
1 Thessalonians chapter 5 and 5. Ye are all the children of the light and the children of the day. We are not of the night nor of darkness.
Right, we are not of this world is what it's talking about, but we are the children of another day, which is the next world to come, the kingdom. So that's what we're prophesying about. So going into the book of Ezekiel, 27, just elaborating on these prophecies and these kingdoms. And I'm also going to read, I want you to read, get me Ezekiel 31 as well. And let's finish with this one.
You see the one in Psalms with Moab?
Yeah.
You want it, Owen?
Yeah, you got it, right?
I got something, but if you don't want it, Owen.
Okay, go on.
Psalm 60 verse 4. Thou hast given a banner to them that fear thee, that it may be displayed because of the truth, Selah. That thy beloved may be delivered, save with thy right hand, and hear me. The Lord our power have spoken in his holiness. I will rejoice, I will divide Chechem and Mete out of the valley of Succoth. Gilad is mine, Manasseh is mine, Ephraim also is thy strength of mine. Head, Judah is my lawgiver. Moab is my washpot. of Edom
Yeah, so the
will
thing
I
is,
cast out my shoe.
yeah, I'm gonna go into it.
Salakia,
That's
Salakia.
all right. That's all right. Yeah, so Moab is basically the wash part of the law. And he's gonna use Moab because it's gonna be what the Russians linking up with the Chinese, which is already happening right now. They're gonna be set up against America. All right. And Moab is gonna be a part to blame. Going on. That's what it is.
Moab is my washpot over Edom when I cast out my shoe. Philistia, triumph thou because of me.
Go on.
Who will bring me into the strong city? Who would lead me into Edom?
Right.
Couple more verses. Wilt not thou be our power which has cast us off? And thou, our power which didst not go out with the armies? Give us help from trouble, for vain is the help
No, that's
of
not
man.
the one. That's a good scripture,
Okay.
but that's not the one.
Something about more.
Yeah.
I don't want to get Jeremiah 58.
I tell you, leave that. Leave that. He's read that. Come on, see if we can find it. Come on. Yeah, so busy, son. Yeah, just been with us for a couple of seconds. You know what? It could be Jeremiah 48. It could be Jeremiah 48. Yeah.
Jeremiah 48 is
It mentions that. I'm going to say to the motion that it mentions that the Lord is going to spread his wings against Moab. See to that quickly. It may or may not be. Let me see something. So if you got something, brother, you can read that. Until you
Oh yeah, I put it.
Jeremiah 48.
And
That's
40.
it.
And it says,
Mm-hmm.
48 and 40. Right. And it reads, for thus saith the Lord, behold, he shall fly as an eagle.
That's the one.
And shall spread his wings over Moab.
That's it right there. So that's just another way of saying that the Lord is going to invade the countries of China. Or the country of China, which is not no longer a country. It's more of a corporation. Okay? Go on, bro.
They, you know what, let me start from the previous verse. Verse 39. Or verse 38. Jeremiah 48 and 38. There shall be lamentation generally upon all the housetops of Moab.
Yeah, and I mentioned corporation because under every corporation, what is it? You have a CEO, which can also be declared as a president, or well, in this case, we're in the UK, a prime minister. But under all of these top men, what do you have? You have slaves. You have what you call employees. So that's all this is right now. We're basically in the system, which is a slave-based system for the mass majority of the population, while those that are declared presidents, reap the rewards. All right, and those that control the prime ministers reap the rewards of the servant. That's why I call it corporation. Just elaborate more. Anyway, go on, bro.
It says, I have broken Moab like a vessel, wherein is no pleasure, saith the Lord. They shall howl, saying, how is it broken down?
Yes, go up a verse. You just left off at the one. Exactly what I'm talking about. That's all right.
I want us to verse 38.
Yeah, come.
It says, 38, there shall be lamentation generally upon all the housetops of Moab, and the streets thereof, for I have broken Moab like a vessel, wherein is no pleasure, saith the Lord. They shall howl, saying, how is it broken down? How have Moab turned back with shame? So shall Moab be a derision and a dismay to all them about them.
Yeah. So when the Lord comes back, when the Lord comes back, is he going to destroy the kingdoms of Esau? Of course, yes. America's going to be destroyed. Guess what? There's going to be other places around the world which have become prominent under Esau's rule. They're going to also be destroyed. And one of those being Moab, which it mentions in the scriptures that Moab is what? Waxing around. And as it is mentioned, that's the spirit.
One of them come on, like, the other one, the black one.
Oh, yeah.
Right, you got an Edomite and you got a Moabite.
Yeah.
Running it all together. So these two nations which have become prominent in their way, the Lord is going to pay them a visit and make them a division among themselves. Go on, my brother.
And it reads, but thus saith the Lord, behold, he shall fly as an eagle and shall spread his wings over Moab.
Right, he shall spread his wings over Moab. All of those chariots, and as well as the big fathership is all coming.
Yeah.
So that's how the Lord is going to spread himself. Like David said that darkness was under his feet. Meaning that when the Lord comes over the earth, or excuse me, when the Lord invades this planet, it's going to just be thick darkness. So there's going to be a ginormous chariot coming, as well as what Ezra saw. He said he saw a mountain move, but it wasn't really a mountain. It was a ship. It was the father ship. And it's funny because I did a little video on that regard with this individual. I forgot the guy's name. I think his name was Thomas Burchett or something like that. But he was saying that these so-called UFOs, and I use the term so-called because we know what they are, but to Esau, they're UFOs. He said, look, they have the technology that can defy the laws of physics.
Right.
Right? And he also said that they can turn us into what? Charcoal brinkets or something like that. That's what he said. Meaning that the prophecy, as he said, it says that the Lord is going to what? Turn his enemies into, what is it, to dust. Pillars of smoke. Like it also mentions in, another precept, the one. Like it mentions in 2nd Ezra 13. It tells you that. So when the Lord comes back, he's going to show who's the real boss. And that's how the saints, through him, is going to possess the kingdom forever and ever. So never mind what Esau's looking like right now. Because all of the nations, they was looking pretty. They was looking grandiose. Undefeatable, but got defeated. All right? At the height of their prime, they got defeated. They got taken down. So if they got taken down at the height of their power, what makes this society any different? It doesn't matter. Go on, brother. And you know what it's like, brother? Because this is how you know, like when you read the history of the scriptures and what he did to the other nations, it really demonstrates our power. What kind of power that's backing us? So if we're connected to the power, this power that's able to what? Bring nations down and set them up again, then guess what? We're in an infinite situation. Go on, brother.
This is 2nd Ezra 2:16, a few verses. A fire shall go forth from his wrath, and who is it that may quench it?
Yeah.
He shall cast lightnings,
right.
And who shall not fear?
Yeah, let's stop right there. It says a fire is sent forth from him, and who may quench it? You can't stop the fire of the Lord. Anything that the Lord sends, can't no one stop it. It can't be stopped. And the word of the Lord, which is going out through us, cannot be stopped. Okay? That's why we're still doing it, man. You've had many different religious groups that took us down on the streets. Where they at? They know where to be found. The Muslims ain't know where they be found. They used to be giving it laws into the streets, man. Where did this at? Because the Lord ain't dealing with them. You see, we've been giving it laws ever since, and we're still giving it laws. Why? Because this is ordained of the Father. Alright? So anything that the Father establishes is set up, and can't nobody add or take it from it. That's Ecclesiastes 3 in verse 14. Let's continue on.
Because the fire shall go forth from his wrath, and who is it that may quench it? Didn't the Lord say, I'll make my words fire and the woods?
Yep.
So we're burning them up with his words.
That's right.
Right, verse 10. He shall cast lightnings, and who shall not fear?
Wow.
He shall thunder, and who shall not be afraid? The Lord shall threaten, and who shall not be utterly beaten to powder at his
presence.
At his presence, because the Lord is going to make a grand entrance. He's going to show his face on the earth. And when he does do that, what is he going to do? He's going to shoot concentrated fire at those that try to rise against the Lord. What did Ronald Reagan say in 1987? I think it was in 84 or 87 he gave a speech. And he told the nation, he said, what if we were to see these UFOs invade this planet? Would we then put aside our differences among the nations? He gave a speech at the UN. Because even they know the deal with that. One day, the Lord is going to make a grand return with the angels, and the angels are going to do damage to this society.
Yeah. Well, they show you that in the movies, with like the end of the world doomsday movies. You know, American president, we all need to come together. If you're a Christian, a Muslim,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. That furthers in the New World Order, because what that's saying is, look, we gotta come together. Let's put away all of this politician.
Our differences.
Our differences. Right. And let's all unify as one. And speaking about unifying, Flores Schwab said, he said, look, there ain't gonna be no more fashion. Everybody's gonna wear the same shit. Right, exactly. Like so everybody's going to be walking around wearing the same stuff. You see how you look at school? Like down here in the UK, like in America, you can wear whatever you want. But if you was in like primary school in the UK, you would have to wear the same uniform. They want to push that all around. Go on, brother. Who's reading?
Yeah, me. Psalms 118, because we talk about the chariots, but King David was, let's read, man. 5 says, and I called upon the Lord in my distress, and the Lord answered me and set me in a large place. So you hear about abductions, people give their experiences of being abducted. And it gets graphic. When people give their experience of being abducted, they can get really graphic. But here, this is what King David is talking about. And he called upon the Lord in my distress, and the Lord answered me and set me in a large place. And the Lord is on my side. I will not fear. What can man do unto me?
That's a beautiful thing. If the Lord is on our side, what can man do to me? All right? What can anyone do to you if the Lord is on your side? So the worst thing can happen to any of us, and if it's the will of the Lord to deliver us, that He will. Life and death is through the Lord. Okay? However you go, the scripture says the Lord will longer the issues from death. Somebody pull that out if you want. Okay? So we don't give a flying shit about this thing. We don't care what he has to say. As a matter of fact, we want him to do what he's gonna do. All right? But we know that it's not under his will. It's under, once again, it goes back to the Father. And he's going to do what the Father wants him to do. All right? Go on, brother.
7 of Psalms 118. The Lord taketh my part with them that help me. Therefore shall I see the desire upon them that hate me. Jump down to 10 now. All nations compassed me about.
See, I didn't hear that. I heard a little bit, but I didn't hear that. He said that what is it? Read it again.
10 again, yeah? Or do you want 7 again? 7. I'll read 7 again then. The Lord taketh my part with them that hate me, therefore shall I see my desire upon them that hate me.
Right, therefore I will see my desire upon those that hate me. So I'll be hated in the world, I'll be hated among the nations. Damn sure right. You are hated. And it really doesn't matter what Jake thinks. Jake would feel like, man, people love us. Like, and you know what too, Jake has to say that to themselves, because it's like, it's a reality that they don't want to really do, that the world doesn't like. If you come back to your house outside, which I understand, if you don't have this knowledge and this understanding, which is the comfort, then you're gonna lie to yourself and create these false narratives to believe. But us, we don't have to do that. We could actually look at reality dead in the face and understand that this world ain't for us. Okay? That's why we're at the bottom of it. It's okay to be outside of this world and not be like, it's all right. It's okay. Because we know that the people that are the inconsiderate ones will be above and beyond eventually. Okay? And we're going to be above these nations, ruling over them vigorously and enslaving them. How about that?
He's waving to us over there in the cut. 10 again. All nations compass me about, but in the name of the Lord will destroy them. They compass
In
me.
the name of the Lord will destroy them. Just like how he said the name of the Lord when he was going up Goliath. Go on.
They compass me about. Yeah, they compass me about. But in the name of the Lord, I will destroy them.
Go on.
They compass me about like bees. They are quenched as the fire of thorns. For in the name of the Lord, I will destroy them. This, if I could just say, King David was he was actually speaking from experience. He led the charge in battle, and he's talking about what he experienced when he was in the heat of battle, because he was overrun, you might call it, surrounded. So he called upon the chariot. He said, "In my distress, I called upon the Lord." And the Lord lifted him up. Might have been a tractor beam. He just pulled him up out of the midst of his enemies, put him in a safe place, like, you know, as they talk about. That was an abduction by the chariot. Put him and protected him and destroyed his enemies. So, you know, that's what happened. King David spoke about war a lot. He was in the heat of battle when he was relating this story, or real life story. So he's seen his enemies, as you read, be burned up and turned to dust by those lasers.
That's right. Good for precept, Elder. We're going on. This is Psalm 68 verse 20. He that is our God is the God of salvation, and unto the Most High God belongeth the issues from death.
Yeah, someone look up that word issues in the blue letter.
What verse was that? Psalm 68 and 20.
From the birds chimed in.
Right, the word there for issue, right? H8444, and it's H8844.
Okay.
And it is Tazawa'a, and it means outgoing, a going out, extremity, an end, a source.
Yeah, so in other words, the way you go out.
Source of death.
Of the Lord. Yep. He's the source of life and he's the source of death. So the way you go out on this earth, the Lord had a hand. Alright? So this is the thing, it doesn't really make a difference what Esau does at this point, because it was already written. Like the elder, the elder replied, he mentions about the term algorithm. The algorithm has already been set up for us to win for the Middle East. From the beginning of time, ever since we weren't even thought of. Okay? So we're just here to really just give the message and the word from the Lord. That's it. Ain't really nothing else to it. What we gotta worry about? Come on, man. Go on, brother. That's why, and this is why they kick us out the park, because they got a whole lot to worry about. They know who the hell we are. And really, where we was going to be set up at, because I researched it. The park is called Parliament, which is owned by the city of London. Okay, so they don't want us over there in that park, cursing them out, telling them what to do. I don't know, man. Nigga, you don't want y'all over there. Go on, brother.
And you're right, Elder, because, you know, as the scripture says, refrain from these people, yeah? Yep. Acts 5 verse 38. And now I say unto you, refrain from these men, and let them alone. For if this counsel or this work be of men, it will come to naught. But if it be of the Lord Yahweh Ba'asham Yahushai, ye cannot overthrow it.
Right. Just like I mentioned before, you've had many religious leaders that were speaking about what they believe in and all of this stuff. Where they at? You know where to be found. Because the Lord ordained us to give the final word.
Yeah.
Which is the right word. As it is also written that the apostles were sent last, which is as if it was appointed to death. This is it. Go on, brother.
And that's it, Elder. And lest ye be happily ye be found even to fight against the Lord our power.
Vocab alone is looking tired, he's looking frustrated, You better believe when he gets on camera, when he gets off camera, he's like fucked up in the spirit. You know, probably talking to himself, cursing out, doing things all over the place. He's looking tired back because he really thought that he was that one and only individual that could stop this whole entire truth. You know what I mean? And that's just sometimes that's how these Edomites think, these Americans think. They think that they're like the chosen individual that can put a stop to evil, that they think is evil, when in fact they're the ones that's displaying their evil and trying to stop something that which is of the Lord. All right? So he's fighting up against the Lord. Go on, brother.
That's it, Elder.
I got one.
Go on, now.
2 Samuel 3 and 1 says, now there was long war between the house of Saul and the house of David, but David waxed stronger.
I don't mean to cut you, bro. He's thinking he's Neo from the Matrix. The chosen one is going to stop him.
All right.
Illusions, man. Go on, brother.
So
David, send them strong illusions, they shall believe a lie. Go on,
long war between the house of Saul and the house of David, but David waxed stronger and stronger, and the house of Saul waxed weaker and weaker.
Yeah, that's these other camps.
Yeah.
That's Saul.
Yeah.
Saul was, Saul was doing it. He tried for a while, but then the Lord said, look, man, you need to step aside. I'm going to allow a real king which is going to do my work.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are the camps. They're basically the house of Saul in this setting. We're the house of David, waxing stronger and stronger. In the spirit of speaking, that's the case. In this reality. Go on, brother. You wanted to say something on that.
So, yeah, in general, that's the enemies. The house of Saul is the one that was selected to be destroyed or rise up for a time. Because Saul was rejected. So those who, a lot of them he fell on his own sword, and he had thousands of followers. So they would have went into oblivion, apart from a particular person. I can't pronounce the name. The brother might know what to do about. The little disabled street guy, Mathimabus. Can't pronounce the name. Yeah. But the house of Saul went into oblivion. They faded away because you might say, what happened with Hitler? When Hitler ended up shooting him, put a bullet in his own head. All those worshipping him, what did they do? They ain't got there's nothing to work with. They fade into oblivion. So now you got the enemies, the house of Saul, but you also got the nations too. When I look upon the nations, you walk around and you just see things in the spirit. A lot of the Eves, like which are the enemy of ours, they came up heavy against us. They are becoming waxing weaker and weaker. You can see it in their eyes, you can see it in their spirit. Yeah. Like they're on all kinds of forms of fentanyl and all kinds of opioids. Yeah. And they're literally walking with their heads down.
No, but you see that though. When you step outside your door, they used to have this pompous look on their face. Even them Amalekites around here, we was here before, and them Amalekites, they look like puzzled, puzzled in the mind.
But we saw one going this way, and one put it out, and he went back that way with the sun, and they both didn't want to turn their head to look this direction.
Yes, because we symbolize what they're thinking. That is the end of their work. Because they were thriving at one time. These rebels, they were thriving. They still thriving to a degree, but they're not doing this good. That income they used to get from their jobs or whatever, it's no longer the case. Things ain't the same anymore. Society is taking this downturn. So now it's like, what the hell did we do with this shit, man? That's what's scary. But see, this is the thing. We've been speaking about and elaborating what we've been talking about through the precepts, and now it's happening. Now we're in that time. We're in that time now. So as they're waxing worse and worse, we're waxing greater and greater. Because I ain't gonna lie to you, brother, man. This week, man, I was in a good mood.
Right.
I was listening to my music, singing out aloud. In my head, man, I had a good week, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Their taste is what we're going to be getting. That's in Psalms 149. Sing aloud upon their bed. Now, every now and then, you do that now, within reason. But we're going to be doing that every month. We're just going to be doing it, man.
Because even though this may be the house of mourning, but then again, you got to apply balance. Sometimes you could be in a state of the scriptures talk about that.
Yeah.
Rejoice. Sometimes you can rejoice, man.
Yeah.
When it's that time, why not?
Because I remember one of the brothers was saying, Mississippi brother, Kazak. You don't like when you mention his name, but I'm watching a lot of his videos. So, and he was saying that we are going to be we're going to get our rest in the kingdom. So we're going to have, it's going to be like a long rule. So when you get your little, we're getting, this is why we get these tribulations now. That's why we get them, because we're going to be ruling, and it's going to be permanent rest forever, eternally. So the Most High, is that, as you said, He has to bring that balance that we can't have it now. We're going to be getting that. So we have. This is all part of it. Yeah.
But remember the scripture says in it, when you're being brought down to a lower state, take it cheerfully.
And that's,
You know what I mean? Take it
that's what you
cheerfully.
gotta do.
You have to try to make the best of it, basically. You know what I mean?
that's it.
Make the best of it.
Yeah, because you can't always mourn. I mean, if
No.
you always mourn, man, you gonna bug the hell out. You know how I know that? Because I was doing it, man. When I first came in, I was in a dark state, man. I was in a dark state of mind. But it ain't even that heavy though. Just take it a day at a time, as the saying goes.
Yeah, well, Yahushua said that. Learn of me, my yoke is easy.
Right.
And my burden is light.
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes brothers make it harder for themselves than it needs to be, man.
Yeah. Because what you can wind up, because we're fleshly, man. We can't have all of this pent up anger, because that's gonna just destroy us. Or it can get us kicked out the camp. There was a guy that we always talk about that had all of this anger inside of him against a particular brother. He's out. He ain't nowhere to be found.
Right.
You know. So sometimes when you come into this thing, you kind of overlook things, and you what is it? You stack up all of this negative intel because of what you see, which is natural. Which is a
I think
natural
it's a
thing.
tree.
You're
I
gonna be
think it's
pissed
a
off.
tree. It's a tree.
But
It's a tree.
sometimes you gotta just be easy, man. You gotta look at things on the bright side sometimes. You know? Go on, Huck.
Yeah,
That's all I'm gonna say.
I got one.
Uh-huh.
Proverbs 17. Let me see.
And then we're gonna go back to the pieces. Go on. Okay. I'll take
You
mine.
bring yours out. You bring yours out. Go on.
Go on. Yeah, just pull it up.
It's like it's taking a minute. Because you were talking about being in a dark state of mind and making this thing harder than it needs to be. This is Ecclesiastes 7 verse 16. Be not over righteous much. Let me read that again. Be not righteous over much, neither make thyself over wise. Why shouldest thou destroy thyself?
Go on.
So
Right. Be not over wise. For why shouldest thou destroy thyself? And it also mentions in the Apocrypha too. Cast off the what is it? Heavy thoughts.
Yeah.
Because right. That's another good one as well.
all
Because
good,
what that does is that breaks down your body. Yeah. It tells you, like I think it was Solomon that was going into that. He said, look, a heavy mind weigh down the body or something like that.
Or the soul.
Yeah,
The soul.
it weigh down the soul. So we got this work to do. We can't always be heavy all the time.
go on, my boy.
Ecclesiastes 12 and 12. And further, by these, my son, be admonished of making many books. There is no end. And much study is a weariness of the flesh.
And much study is the weariness of the flesh. Because when you try to get all of this information, even when it comes to information, if you got too much information in your head, they call it, what is it? Information overload.
Yeah.
That can bug you the hell out. Like you had, Salaki, brother, that's going to finish this point. Because you had, I remember years ago, man, when I was in my beginnings of the street, there was a particular brother that was in, I believe he was in Apostle Tahar's camp. And this dude, he really wanted to be an individual that wanted to accumulate as much information of the street as possible. That was really his whole entire purpose. It's to learn more and more of the street. But now look at him, he's out of the truth. All right? So you can't go over the top. You gotta be balanced. That's the key, that's the whole key thing to wisdom and as well as life is balance. All right?
Yeah, but it's lucky. I was just gonna say, because you were talking about information overload, that's why Esau will pump so much information out there into the atmosphere, so that confuses the people to actually what the truth is. For example, on his media, on his television, he's pumping out all kind of lies there. Through his newspapers, going on social media. Now they've got fact checkers who are posting false information. You go on YouTube, you'll be hit by these little short videos. When you go on TikTok, you've got shorts on there. It's all to flood your mind with nonsense, so that when you do encounter the truth, you're too emotionally and mentally unstable to even comprehend what you're seeing. So that's part of Esau's, what did it say? It's in Revelation, the dragon before brought out of his mouth, tried to drown the woman. You know, that's Esau flooding the place of information and lies.
Now you know that's actually that's going into when he because you had a couple, because we used to break it down like that years ago.
Oh, slacking.
Now that's all right. That's going into when the Israelites left the ancient Romans, because the Romans were persecuting
in
us.
17.
Yeah.
Right.
So they couldn't persecute us all. That's what that's going into. That's all right. That's all right.
Precept.
You're going out.
Precept. Proverbs 17 and 22 says. I read 20 says. He that have a froward heart findeth no good, and he that have a perverse tongue falleth unto mischief. But ultimately, we know that's the ease. That's their one goal in life is to be perverse and look for mischief and find mischief. That's what makes them, in their mind, it makes them happy. Yeah. 22. A merry heart doth good like a medicine, but a broken spirit drive the bones.
Right, exactly. What is it? Heavy spirit drive the bones.
Yeah.
So in other words, it just means that it basically ages you quick, man.
Yeah. That's why when you have I use an example. We're not going to talk about women, but I'm going to use this example as a woman. If you're with one of them nagging women, you ever been one of them nagging women? You end up either wanting to do something to her or doing something to yourself. Yeah. They drain your bones. It's like they because they're miserable. There's a song called "Miserable Woman." A miserable woman, man. It's the last thing you want, or nagging or dragon. But it says a merry heart doth good like a medicine, but a broken spirit drive the bones. So merry heart. So brothers have their things what you do. That's why we talk about this truth. And brothers, as what you brought out earlier, have your outlet. Now certain brothers have wine. They drink their little wine, give them a little, loosen them up and make them feel good. I'm into my singing. I still got my little down low of music, which ain't going to stop that. Within reason, in balance. So you have your little outlet, because if you like, let's say, for example, you just keep watching about Esau and he's getting what he's done and what he keeps on doing and what it's like you become miserable and you become angry. Like even the other day, I was walking out my yard and a dog was just looking at me, just looking at me. My first reaction was to get mad, but then I thought, okay, all right, the owner's over there. If I get mad with the dog, you know what I mean? It's gonna be kind of folly. So singing, sometimes I put my headphones on. When I see a dilemma's gonna happen, I can see like in their spirit they're looking for trouble. I put my headphones on and I just leave my headphones on and I just walk past singing to myself. Yeah. Singing is actually very spiritual thing to do too. Singing alleviates a lot of stress off us.
Singing in the rain.
King David was well known for that, playing a man on the harp, So yeah, last time I read it again. A merry heart doth good like a medicine, but a broken spirit drive the bones. Again, in the Christian church, you've got older people, they go there for mischief, start trouble or gossip, especially women. Gossip. Oh, is he going to get divorced? And that's all what they want to talk about. And you have to realize and they want to draw you into it too.
You know what?
Yeah.
You really want to go deep. That's really for the most part. That's really what black women talk about. They always talk about how the relationships can end. They're just negative when it comes to relationships. Even gas was bringing out. And that's why a lot of them are singing right now.
Right.
Okay. Because if you're dealing with a just like woman, you better believe, man, she's gonna come to some problems. She's gonna get some problems. It ain't gonna be peace and happiness and integration. You're gonna have to deal with a lot of problems.
But the scripture says you shall have trouble in the flesh.
Yep.
No matter what woman you get, you're gonna bring you some level of trouble.
Yeah, come. But I'm just saying, for the most part, though, the Israelite woman, she's going to give you more problems because she's obviously going to do more than the other nations.
Going for a lot, yeah. And she's
under the curses.
And you're the man, so she's going to want to unload on. Naturally, she's going to want to unload a lot of her burden on you. And you going through the pressure, you got your own pressure.
Yeah.
So
it's like leaving camp and you're going home and she's at the door waiting with a belt. You know what I mean? Same way, man. Ready to beat your ass, you know. You know, it took so long.
Nigga, where you been?
Yeah. That's what we have to put up with.
It's like you're there thinking you're going home to a hot plate and your slippers. She's waiting behind the door with
The
a belt.
Yeah, ready to argue. That's why he's argumentative. He got to get all of that shit out of this.
Yeah, that's it.
They put that on you. Yeah, they under the curses. Yeah, so let's go on to this now. Start with verse 1.
Ezekiel 31, right? Ezekiel 31 and 1. And it came.
And really, this was a message tonight, but this was a message that Ezekiel was telling this guy here. Let me go on my phone now. His name in the Greek, which he was an Egyptian pharaoh at the time. His name was in the Greek. And in Hebrew, his name was Alpha. Alright? Which is when you read it on, if you can, brother, give me the Jeremiah 44. Let me see if I'm right on this as well, just to make sure. Yeah, I'm right. Come on, go on. Yeah, you got it, brother. I'm on to it. No. Yeah, Jeremiah 44 and 30. But I want you to read this first, though. Okay. Come on.
Ezekiel 31 and 1. And it came to pass in the 11th year, in the 3rd month, in the 1st day of the month, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and to his multitude, whom art thou like in thy greatness?
Right, and at the time we're talking about, what is it, 580, I think it's 586 BCE. That's the new term in use, which is before the Christian era. Right? Go on.
And it says, Son of man, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and to his multitude, whom art thou like in thy greatness? Behold, the Assyrian was a cedar in Lebanon, with fair branches, and with a shadowing shroud.
Meaning, basically, this because you had the Assyrian Empire at one time, right? So this was a beautiful place, right? Go on.
And it says, and with a shadowing shroud, and of an high stature, and his top was among the thick boughs. The water made him great, the deep set him up on high, with the rivers running round about his plant. So it sent out her little rivers unto all the trees of the field. Therefore his height was exalted above all the trees of the field, and his boughs were multiplied, and his branches became long because of the multitude of waters when he shot forth. All the fowls of heaven made their nests in his boughs, and under his branches did all the beasts of the field bring forth their young.
Which all of the beasts of the field represents the nations. Like when you go into the book of Daniel 7, it talks about the 4 beasts. Go on.
And it says, and all the fowls of heaven, and all the fowls of heaven made their nest in the boughs, and under his branches did all the beasts of the field bring forth their young, and under his shadow dwell all great nations.
Right. Under his shadows dwell all great nations. So that's what that was talking about. So during the Assyrian Empire, you had a lot going on. You had other nations under it. Because when you conquer, when a nation conquers, right, a great empire, which really the Assyrian Empire, I think that empire from the time, the empires that Daniel was talking about, the Assyrian Empire was one of the major empires among many that Daniel listed concerning the statue. So this empire was great to the point where the nations that were at the time, not all nations, but the nations that it conquered was under it. Okay? So obviously they had children and all of that stuff, and they were under that same thing. Okay? Which I forgot the names of the Syrian kings, man. I forgot. You know what I mean? But I just want to go into this specific piece going on.
It says the seed is in the garden of the Most High, could not hide it. The fir trees were not like his boughs, and the chestnut trees were not like his branches. Nor any tree in the garden of the Most High was like unto him in his beauty. I have made him fair by the multitude of his branches. All the trees of Eden that were in the garden of the
Right,
Most
because
High
the trees represents the people, the nation. Go on.
Envied him.
Right. Now this is talking about the time when you had the sons of God. You had the Adamites. All right, you had the sons of men, the sons of the wicked one, and the sons of the righteous. Go on.
It says, I have made him fair by the multitude of his branches, so that all the trees of Eden that were in the garden of the Most High envy
It's
him.
just like how it is right now. All of the nations envy us because of our God-given abilities. We can sing better. We can pretty much dance better. We can do all manner of things if we put our mind to it better than all of these other nations. Go on.
And it says, therefore thus saith the Lord power, because thou hast lifted up thyself in height, he hath shut up his top among the thick boughs,
Right.
and his heart is lifted up in his
So
heart.
now he's telling the king of excuse me, not the king, what am I talking about? The Pharaoh, which his name was Apries in Opera, because he magnified himself. And it goes into it because he said, look at the Israelites. Look how low they are. Because during that time around, the 6th century BC, Israel was desolate. Israel was desolate. So you had these great people among these other nations that would look down upon Israel. And eventually when they did that, then it was the time of their end. Because now they became boastful. All right? That's the best way I could put it. That's them declaring to be more boastful. Or that boastful spirit. Let me say that way. Go on, my brother.
And it says, therefore thus saith the Lord power, because thou hast lifted up thyself in height, and he hath shot up to the top of the thick boughs of his heart is lifted up in his heights. I have therefore delivered him into the hand of the mighty one of the heathen.
Right, I have delivered of the mighty one unto the heathen. So the mighty one which became after this guy was Nebuchadnezzar. Now when you go into the history, Nebuchadnezzar, he didn't take over Egypt. It was really the Persians that took over Egypt. Okay, but basically he was taken out. Because what? He exalted himself. He was at the height of himself. He got comfortable. And then when you get comfortable, pretty much among these nations I'm talking about, that pride is just there. That pride is just exuberating. Okay? You feel like you're a god almost.
Yeah.
So the Lord basically took his ass out. When you go into the story, I'm gonna read a little bit of the second issue, right? Because it says here. It says right here, it says, as a matter of fact, I don't have to go into this. I'll go into this later. Let's get from our verse 30.
Jeremiah 44 and 30 says, thus saith the Lord, behold, I will give Pharaoh, king of Egypt, into the hand of his enemies, and into the hand of them that seek his life, as I gave Zedekiah, king of Judah, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, his enemy that sought his life.
His enemy that sought his life. So he was basically taken out. And the enemy of that guy was, like I said, Nebuchadnezzar. He was the next to come into the rulership. Okay, go on.
It says, I have therefore delivered him into the hand of the mighty one of the heathen. He shall surely deal with him. I have driven him out for his wickedness. And strangers, the terrible of the nations, have cut him off, and have left him upon the mountains. And in all thy valleys, his branches are fallen, and his boughs are broken by all the rivers of the land.
By all rivers men. Go on.
All the people of the earth are gone down from his shadow, and have left him upon his ruins shall all the fowls of the heaven remain,
Right, going.
and all the beasts of the field shall be upon his branch, to the end that none of all the trees by the waters exalt themselves.
Right, that none of the trees by the waters exalt themselves. The people was talking about, the nations. Go on.
For their height, neither shoot up, neither top among the boughs,
Right.
neither their trees stand up in their height,
Right.
all that drink water.
Right, all that drink water. Go on.
For they are all delivered unto death.
Right, for they are all delivered unto death. Now, when you go, now hold on to that. Get Daniel's, what is it? I tell you what, brother, you get it. Get Daniel's 4. Because, let me see something. No, you know what? You can only but do so much. Stay right there. You get Daniel's 4, which will begin from reading the first verse all the way down. But let's read this now. All right, let's finish this up. Because also the height of a tree can also represent the greatness of a nation as well. And really, the reason why I'm going into this is to further convey the point that it doesn't matter how high a nation goes. If it's time for you to go down, you're going to go down. And that's the message for the so-called white people. Those especially that call themselves the JOOs. The Lord is bringing you down no matter how much technological power you got. No matter how much military power you got, the Lord gave you that power, and it's the same. He's going to give it. He's going to take it away. He's going to take you out of power. All right, and set those that are below the green into the position of power. All right, go on.
They are all delivered unto death, to nether parts of the earth.
Right, meaning the grave. Go on.
In the midst of the children of men, with them that go down to the pit.
Right, that's why he mentions the bows, children of men. Now you look up that word children, the word is banya, which means sons. Because the bows represent your sons. Remember the old years ago.
Yeah.
In Ezekiel 17. Go on, brother.
Thus saith the Lord's power, in the day he went down to the grave, I caused the mourning. I covered the deep for him, and I restrained the floods thereof.
Right.
And the great waters were stayed, and I caused Lebanon to mourn for him, and all the trees of the field fainted for him.
We know that the great waters represent the nations overall. Like it tells you in Revelations, I think it's Revelations, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, 17, where it says Babylon. Babylon was what? Above the great, had ownership of the waters. I'm saying it wrong. Go on, I'll tell you what, since I'm butchering it, somebody get that for me. Babak Shah. Revelation 17. The great hall, right? The great hall that sitteth upon many waters. There you go.
Revelation 17 and 1, it says, and there came one of the 7 angels, which had 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, come hither, and I will show unto thee the judgment of the great hall that sitteth upon many waters.
Right, which is the nations. There you go. Go on, go.
Right. And it says, I made the nations to shake at the sound of his sword, when I cast him down to hell with them that descend into the pit.
You'll read it again.
I made the nations to shake at the sound of his sword, when I cast him down to hell.
Right. Now, doesn't it say when the Lord comes back in this time, he's going to what? Quake the earth. So what's going to happen when the Lord makes his second return? The nations are going to have to shake at the destruction of which is called Babylon. Modern day Babylon, which is America. And all those that what? Partook in this great hall, they're going to mourn for him. Because they're not going to be able to enrich themselves anymore. Revelations 18 I'm talking about. Go on.
And it says, when I cast him down to hell with them that descend into the pit, and all the trees of Eden, the choice and best of Lebanon, all that drink water shall be comforted in the nether parts of the earth.
Right, meaning they're going to be in the grave. Go on now.
They also went down into hell with him, unto them that be slain with the sword, and they that were his arm, that dwelt under his shadow, in the midst of the heavens.
Right, they was in other words, they was under his power. Go on.
To whom art thou like in glory, and in greatness among the trees of Eden?
Right.
Yet shalt thou be brought down with the trees of Eden unto the nether parts of the earth.
Right.
Thou shalt lie in the midst of the uncircumcised.
Now, Ezekiel is telling the Pharaoh now that this is going to be the case. was comparing them to Assyria, how great they were, how beautified they were and everything. Okay? But guess what? Besides all of that, you're gonna actually you're gonna go down as well as how the Assyrians went down. How about that? Okay? Because your greatness is no different from the greatness of the Assyrian Empire. Go on.
And it says, with the uncircumcised, with them that be slain by the sword. This is Pharaoh and all his multitude, saith the Lord power.
This is Pharaoh and all of his multitude. What did he say?
Saith the Lord power.
Save the Lord power. So that's what the message was for, was really sent for him. Okay? He was telling them, look, you see how great the Assyrians were and everything else? It's like manner, you was like manner how, let me just reiterate myself. Right? The same way you was great, and like manner you shall come down like them as well. Just to simply put it in that kind of way. You know? So now that we're done with that, Daniel's 4, there you go. Daniel's 4.
Nice, Caleb.
That's why you need brothers around you, man, because you burn the flesh, you forget things and everything, man.
Come on, let me go on. Daniel 4 from verse 1. Nebuchadnezzar, the king, unto all people, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth, peace be multiplied unto you. I thought it good to show the signs and wonders that the high God hath wrought towards me. How great are his signs, and how mighty are his wonders. And his kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and his dominion is from generation to generation. I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at rest in my house, and flourishing in my palace. I saw a dream which made me afraid, and the thoughts upon my bed and the visions of my head troubled me. Therefore made I a decree to bring all the wise men of Babylon before me, that they might make known unto me the interpretation of the dream. There came in the magicians and astrologers and the Chaldeans and the soothsayers, and I told the dream before them, but they did not make known unto me the interpretation thereof. But at the last Daniel came in before me, whose name was Belshazzar, according to the name of my God, in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. And before him I told him the dream, saying, O Belshazzar, master of the magicians, because I know that the spirit of the holy gods is in thee, and no secret troubleth thee.
Yeah, because when you read the second chapter of Daniel's, actually broke the interpretation down. So he was already pleased for Daniel, and that's why he said what he said in those words, that the holy gods was with him, which he was kind of, he was right, but then he was wrong. And I say that, but really, actually, no, he was right, because if you look at that term, gods, it's lowercase g. So the Elohim really is what it is. It's the angels of the Lord among the prophets. Go on.
Right,
but he was basically saying in the sense of the gods in general, because that's what they would worship, other gods. Go on.
I know that the spirit of the holy gods is in me, and no secret troubleth me. Tell me the visions of my dream that I have seen, and the interpretation thereof. Thus were the visions of mine head in my bed. I saw and behold a tree in the midst of the earth, and the height thereof was great. The tree grew and was strong, and the height thereof reached unto heaven, and all the sight thereof to the end of all the earth. The leaves thereof were fair, and the fruit thereof much, and it was meat for all, and the beasts of the field had shadow under it.
Right, it's like what we just read in Ezekiel 31. The beasts were shadowed under it. In other words, the other nations were under the authority of that particular nation was going into. Go
on. And all the fowls of heaven dwelt in the boughs thereof, and all flesh was fled of it. All flesh was fled of it.
And all flesh was fled of it. Just like this world, this world is the same thing. these other nations have actually become enriched under Esau's rulership. So that's what was going on with the Assyrians. That's what was going on in ancient Babylon, and this was going on right now. All right, but now we're dealing with ancient Babylon, which the head of that was Nebuchadnezzar, which really was the second. What you had the first guy that set it up, which was Nabonidus, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. But this is Nebuchadnezzar, which I think it was his father, Nabonidus or something like that. Don't take it from me. Do the research if I'm saying it wrong. But that was his father. What were you gonna say? Yeah. You're going up.
Daniel 4:13. I saw in the visions of my head, and behold, a watcher and a holy one came down from heaven. And he cried aloud and said thus, hew down the tree, and cut off his branches, and shake his leaves, and scatter his fruit. Let the beasts get away from under it, and the fowls from his branches. Nevertheless, leave the stump of his roots in the earth, even with a band of iron and grass, in the tender grass of the field, and let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts in the grass of the earth. Let his heart be changed from a man's, and let the beast's heart be given unto him, and let 7 times pass over him. This matter is by the decree of the watchers, and the demand by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will, and setting up over it the basis of men.
That's cool.
The basis of men. So right now,
yeah, that's on 100%. So you can use it.
We're considered the basis of men today because of the lower condition we're in. Same thing with the Edomites. The Edomites were in a base situation. They were the ones dwelling in the clefts of the rock. But the Lord brought them out of that base situation to rule during the time of the Greeks, or to rule as the Greeks, and then rule as the Romans, and then Jacob would come in and rule, and they would come back out of being under Jacob to rule again, to fulfill Daniel's vision. Go on, brother.
Verse 18. This dream I, King Nebuchadnezzar, have seen. Now thou, O Belshazzar, declare the interpretation thereof, for as much as all the wise men of my kingdom are not able to make known unto me the interpretation, but thou art able, for the spirit of the holy gods is in me.
Yeah, and just to I just want to say this as well. I know I should have said it when I was going into the topic. Going into Ezekiel and all of that, right? Which the word goes. Originally, when you read Genesis 49 and 22, the word goes back to sons. So I was just correct. I just wanted to just put that out there, just to make sure I was correct, going up. So now we're going to move forward back to this.
Daniel 4:19. Then Daniel, whose name was Belshazzar, was astonished for 1 hour, and his thoughts troubled him. The king spake and said, Belshazzar, let not the dream or the interpretation thereof trouble thee. Belshazzar answered and said, My lord, the dream be to them that hate thee, and the interpretation thereof to thine enemies. The tree that thou sawest, which grew and was strong, whose height reached unto the heavens, and the sight thereof unto all the earth,
and the sight thereof unto all of the earth,
whose leaves were fair, and the fruit thereof much. And in it was meat for all, under which the beasts of the field had dwelt.
The other nations, you just went into,
upon whose branches the fowls of the heaven had their habitation. It is thou, O king, that art grown and become strong.
Right, and so that's what the tree represented. It represented his level of might, his level of strength and power. Because when you look at the map, I'm gonna see if I can get the map right now. Got it right here. Yeah, so this is the map. Yeah, so if you look at this here, hopefully you can see it. These are the areas that he took over. Now, when he came into power, obviously he didn't take all of these lands. It was by a process of time, because when the kingdom is set up, it takes a process of time to be as great as it needs to be. Okay, so during the time, like he was being, I forgot to say this as well when he was going into reading Ezekiel, how it was mentioned that he was going to take over Tyre. Now, when Ezekiel was prophesying against Tyre, that was what, 586 BC, which most of the scholars will say that that's the case, right? Prior before then, at the time, Tyre wasn't taken over, but Babylon was still in power. Okay, so it took a process of time for Babylon to become as great as it did. Okay, taking all over these different places. It's like this society. When Esau came into the power, he didn't just instantly become as great as he is right now. It took time to get to the height of his greatness. And you understand what I'm saying? Yeah?
Yes, okay. So now let's continue on. Daniel 4:22. It is thou, O king, that art grown and become strong, for thy greatness is grown and reacheth unto heaven, and thy dominion to the end of the earth.
Right, so he came to the heightness of his greatness, even Babylon. Go on.
And whereas the king saw a watcher and a holy one coming down from heaven, and saying, hew down the tree and destroy it, yet leave the stump of the roots thereof in the earth, even with a band of iron and brass, and in the tender grass of the field, and let it be wet with dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts of the field, who 7 times pass over him. This is the interpretation of the king, and this is the decree of the Most High, which has come upon my Lord the King.
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong. So check this out. Now, Daniel was already put in a position, which was given to King Nebuchadnezzar. But yet he told him the straight thing. He said, look, this tree represents the heightness of you. All right? And as well as this tree is going to be cut down, meaning you are going to be cut down. Okay? Go on.
Verse 25, that they shall drive thee from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field.
Because the Lord was going to bug him out, turn him into, make him believe that he was a beast, which is to signify a thing, to say that, look, that the living must know by the watchers, by the decree, that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of heaven, and give it to whomsoever he will. Go on.
That they shall drive thee from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field, and they shall make thee to eat grass as oxen, and they shall wet thee with the dew of heaven, and 7 times shall pass over thee, till thou know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will.
Yeah, that was the signification of that. That's why the Lord bugged him out. Now also someone get me the book of Wisdom of Solomon. Is Wisdom of Solomon? No, Sirach. Somebody get me Sirach chapter 10, verse 4. Oh, you got it, okay.
Sirach what? 10?
Yeah.
Oh, you got it. Option actually, brother.
This is Sirach 10 and 4. It says, the power of the earth is in the hand of the Lord, and in due time he will set over it one that is profitable.
So in due time, we're going to be set on high, because what makes us profitable? Because we are the only nation that the Lord has dealt with. How is the Lord dealing with us? Or from the beginning, by using Moses, and through Moses, guess what? He was giving what? The laws and the statutes and the commandments. So it's by the laws showing that we are what? That the Lord is dealing with us, which the Lord also keeps us connected with the company. That's going into something else, but I just want to bring that out. Going up. I'm on the I'm a wonder. Well, that was the point anyway.
Right back to Daniel 4 then, Verse 26, Daniel 4:26. And whereas they commanded to leave the stump of the tree roots in thy kingdom shall be sure unto thee, after that thou shalt have known that the heavens do rule.
Right. That's the point. Thou shalt know that the heavens do rule. So that's showing you right there that the Heavenly Father, as well as the angels that we don't see, they manipulate all of the elements on this earth. They control the minds of men. That's the whole ordeal. So that's really the point that I want to convey. It's not about, going into the breakdown. The breakdowns are there for you to learn, so that you can understand, right? So when I'm conveying, I'm doing it. What I'm conveying is that, look, the Most High controls everything. As we all know, we know this already, but we need to know this in our minds. That needs to be in the front part of our mind, man, the frontal lobe. That needs to be the main thing that should be in your mind. So when no hell breaks loose out there, you understand and you realize that it's the Lord. It's not Esau. Esau's going to come as the dragon, as it tells you in Revelation 12:12, right? It says that the devil will come down up in great wrath because he knows that he have but a short time. But it's the Lord that's going to allow him to do this, or put the spirit on him to do this, so that other prophecies can be fulfilled, and therefore he can be destroyed. Okay? So this wisdom and this understanding is very important, which is a part of what I'm going into is a part of it. Obviously, anyway. Going on.
Read more, Daniel?
I think that's basically the point. But we'll see what else is said. You actually read what you left off at.
Right, so I'll read the 26 again. Daniel 4:26. And whereas they
actually, who was reading? I remember now. It wasn't Daniel. You finished with that. Someone was reading. Yeah, you was reading. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want. Yeah, come. And there's some more too.
So I'll start at 4 again.
Yeah.
So we're up to 4. It says the power of the earth is in the hand of the Lord, and in due time he will set it over one that is profitable.
Right. Well, he will set the one over that which is profitable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to elaborate on this precept and we're going to close out, because I got some other stuff I want to go over. So I'll go over this probably next week, because this is a lot of stuff, man, to cover. Because brothers have been out there for the most part, more than me. So yeah, that's just the thing, man. At the end of the day, the Lord, he's basically the one that's setting this whole thing up. He rises his nation up just to crash them down and raise them up again. All right? But I got some more stuff I want to go into later on. But that's just pretty much it right there. And this is why the Lord has blessed us with this information, this knowledge, and this understanding. Not just so that we can brag and boast, but to also do a deed in fulfilling his will and demonstrating that it's his doings overall. All right? And to give warning to the people, and as well as the powers that be. All y'all vessels. Go on, brother.
Malachi 1 verse 4. Whereas Edom says we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places.
Right, so that's it. It says that in Malachi, right? Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Malachi prophesied that, look, Esau is going to return and build back the desolate places. When he came as the Greeks, he endured for a time, and then you had those 4 generals, okay? And then after all of that was said and done, then the Roman Empire came in the scene. So that's Esau what? Coming back again. Building back the desolate places again. Because everything that Esau builds back, or his empire, which is a desolate place itself. Go on.
Malachi 1 verse 4. Whereas Edom said we are impoverished,
Right.
but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith the Lord of hosts.
Go on.
They shall build, but I will throw down.
But I will throw down. And the Lord is going to throw down when Yahweh Shah makes a second return in the last Roman Empire, which is what we're in right now, which is the region of the statue, which is the 10 toes, the last part of the statue. So he's going to be the one to destroy this fucking kingdom. And that's what the powers that be and the governments are worried about. That he's coming down to destroy this kingdom.
He's going to make them do it.
Exactly.
Comes that World War III. He's going to make them do it.
Yeah.
He's the one that's put them that spirit on them in their minds.
Delusion.
Yeah,
The delusion.
Yeah. That's it,
In
my
order
brother.
to just destroy them.
Yeah. Go on, brother.
They shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness.
So there you have it. There you have it, man. You know what I mean? So if you brothers got any more precepts to bring out, that's cool too. Maybe the spirit may be on with you, but I just want to just be fair because I know I came in like mad late, so you know it wouldn't be right to just continue on. You brothers have been out there. So no more scriptures. Okay, come. Yes, so with that we want to give all of the praises and the glory to the Most High and the Son.
Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Ba'ashem, Rekakodas.
Wall,
Shalom. Shalom. Kwam Yasharala.
A lot of respect.